Alright, hello. Let's see, I'm hopefully not muted. I'm not muted. And let's get ready for a show match. I don't have my overlay prepared, so I'm just going to download the map photos and put them up there. Do have a draft. If I'm more interested, I can put the draft up. Do that. Look at the maps. And I need to make that a bit wider. And that ought to do it. Do some copy and pasting. Are you Justin? You are just in time. I need to go post in the map scripting Discord that I'm going live. I think people there might be interested. And I'll let Twitch get the ad break out of the way. Alright. Is that large enough? That's hopefully large enough for people to see. You're just in time for Justin TV. I know that joke. I've probably heard it before. My mind was just like, he's making a joke. This is a Twitch chat. That's what people do. And let me download the images. To start, Rapture sent these to me. They have lovely descriptions of each of the maps. Just plop them on my desktop. Actually, let me... maps. Use Discord save image functionality. So we have Caverns, Flower Valley, Holler, Mont Saint Michel, and Battle Lines. Flower Valley looks like an amazing mini-map. Just post in the RMS Discord that we're going live. Where is that Discord? Too many. 100 plus servers is too many. Rapture posted somewhere. Going live with the show match on the winning maps. Boom. Alright. Zetness released another banger. Zetness has some bangers. So let's get these maps on the overlay. This is EWSC Battle Lines. All somewhere, then resize them. Caverns. Flower Valley. Flower Valley, the thumbnail of this looks crazy. Select the map properly. Boom, and over. Fire in chat rhymes with fire. Hello, hello, hello. Right, so how do I arrange these? I go like... this, maybe. Put them somewhat like that. They all need to be larger. Make a group. Take that, and then I gotta align them somewhat. Very eyeballing it here. There. You go like there. There we go. I gotta drop shadow this. Filter. I got a filter, I can't add a drop shadow. Oh, well, that'll be good enough. So we have here the results of a map scripting competition hosted by Rapture in the RMS Discord. These are the 5 winning maps. And we're going to get started. We have Benanji and Dave Hun, 2 pretty high-level players. We're going to be playing a show match on it. And they do have that Civ draft they did at the bottom. Benanji on the left, Dave Hun on the right. And I think we're just about ready to get started. I don't know if they've hosted a lobby or anything. Let me check if they have. Let me just open up the dashboard. Yeah, I don't see that anywhere. The show match probably doesn't show up on Wikipedia because there's no prize pool. Ready to start when you are. I don't see any chat about a lobby, so I gotta keep my eye on that. My OBS keeps resizing, so I moved from a 4K monitor to a 1080p monitor, and it changes the size of everything. It is on the dashboard? It is on the dashboard. Are they playing and I missed them starting? I don't see them. Oh, they are. Oh, they started 15 minutes ago, or 16 minutes ago. I thought they would post that they were starting. Oh well, we'll cast in slow time then. Let's see. I don't think I need a overlay or anything. I thought they would have posted something when they went live. I was waiting for them and I didn't realize they'd started. The downside of needing 3 or 4 websites to figure out what maps we're playing. Right, so Benanji, he picked gray. I'm gonna put him in red. And I think I don't have any overlay or anything to put up. So this will be the map Caverns. And before we get started, oh wow, what the heck are these TC spots? This is crazy. I'm gonna read the description of the map that Rapture sent to me. Caverns by Zetnus. Forests are revealed from the start. The map mimics a cavern where light shines through. Wildlife and forests cluster around the revealed spots of light. Cavern edges have a lot of stone. Passages between lands are unwallable. All right, so we're underground, like an Age of Mythology map. Let me just make sure I can see my YouTube chat too. YouTube takes forever to load. There we are. Good. And so, once again, caverns. Mimics a cavern where light shines through. Forests are revealed. Wildlife and forests cluster around the revealed spots of light. And the edges have a lot of stone, as we see here. Passages between lands are unwallable. So part of the contest was to make maps that were not necessarily following the normal square map. And wait a minute, is it just me or is the mini-map on Capture Age like weird on the side? Is that just the map? Oh, that's just the map. Okay. Oh my gosh, never mind. I saw the little sliver of green light and I thought Capture Age was like bugging out and not rendering part of the mini-map and showing the terrain under it, but no, that's just the sliver of grass terrain we got here. What is this? This is amazing. All right, so this was, again, a custom map competition hosted by Rapture in the RMS Discord. And some of the maps, I looked at the mini-maps and they were just absolutely wild. So we will have Benanji and Dave Hun. I did join slightly late. I didn't realize they had started. And we'll have the players taking goats by the TCs here. What the heck are these forests? There are plants mixed in by the forests. This is the reason players use the plant remover mod. For situations like this and the identical trees. But for a player, I bet someone's looking at this and it doesn't look weird at all and it looks completely normal. But what a map indeed. There are rocks everywhere. This is making liberal use of the black terrain on the outside. And yeah, we look at the player point of view and we see the lighting. This is the lighting from above shining through and revealing areas of the cavern. And looks like we have passages between the cavern that they can't be walled, but you can walk over this rock terrain in the middle. Those look like sea rocks or the placeholder rocks that you can walk over. And look at this camouflage, a black bear hidden in the cave right next to the black terrain separating the two zones. All right, oh, the game is over. Why is the game over? Why is the game over? Out of sync detected. No, game, don't go out of sync. No. Why are we going out of sync? Maybe there's a map pack mod that I need to download. Right. How did the players get the maps? Can I scroll up in this chat and see the maps? Oh, I can. Maybe if I download the maps myself, it won't go out of sync. Let me try that. I'll just copy and paste them into my own map folder. Let's see. Browse local files. Paste them in there. And let's try spectating this game again. All right, round number 2. Let me restart capture age in between. All right, once more, we will attempt to spectate this match. They're still in it. They've been in it for a good while. And we're going to hope that having downloaded the maps means that we won't go out of sync. So here we are, Benanji, once more in the red. And we'll speed up and see if we get past the point where we went out of sync. And if that doesn't happen, then I guess we have to cast the wreck when they're done, maybe? We're around 5 minutes into the game, right? If I remember. Yeah, I think we're good. Alright, now that we've sorted that out, we will have Benanji as the red Burmese to the south, Dave Hun as the blue Georgians to the northeast. It works on my machine. This is the good old DE bug I've noticed. If you don't subscribe to the map pack or have the maps downloaded locally, for some reason it goes out of sync while spectating. So that's a thing. Always make sure to sub to the map pack if you're casting a tournament. That's what I have learned. Even if you don't have it activated or turned on, as long as you have it downloaded, it helps. Although maybe it does have to be on, now that I think about it. Maybe it does have to be on. I guess they don't transfer properly to spectators. It's stuff like this why I'm afraid to use XS scripts in tournament maps, because I don't have faith that they work. So there are a good number of chickens around the map. As Benanji is starting to wall up, as the description told me, can't wall up along the sides here. And actually, you know what? Now that I see it's loaded in, is this terrain different? This looks like normal rock terrain. That was almost like it didn't load the terrains properly the last time, which is a bug, and it wouldn't surprise me if that happened. That might just be a bug related to the Arabia out of sync thing that was happening. Anyway, I'm interested to see. It works on your machine. You don't have the map, though? Maybe you just got lucky. Actually, you might have gotten lucky. There's a loom on the way for Dave Hun. Well, if we're talking about map scripting here, he might be interested to know there were... the Arabia out of sync was caused by having... or by the looks of it, there were cases where there were undefined constants, and they ended up hitting a weird code path where undefined constants were usually ignored, but in some cases, they would attempt to read undefined or uninitialized memory to get a value for the constant. And if it just got gibberish, then it would be ignored. But if they didn't get gibberish and happened to get a value that was another terrain used in the map, then it would actually use that value and give you terrains that were different than what everyone else had, and it would go out of sync. So I have a suspicion maybe that went out of sync at the first time. Maybe this terrain that didn't seem to be loaded incorrectly was walked on. Can someone go back in the VOD and, like, check if we have the terrain there? I swear this was black terrain earlier, now it looks like rock. Maybe I'm just imagining that. But now everyone writing map scripts, I'll always be double, triple sure that your constants are defined. Anyway, we'll have Feudal Age here for Bananji, and Feudal Age here for Dave Hun, and they will, having vision of the light, also have vision of each other's starting TC, and good vision of their wood villagers. Have some scouting here too. Looks like Dave Hun does see the mill and everything, the attempted wall off here from Bananji. There'll be market and blacksmith here. And hello to Boost, hello Monaspa, how y'all doing? Welcome in. And ooh, the meal cart. I never realized the meal cart glows. That's cool. Double bit axe there as the Georgians. Dave Hun going blacksmith stable. And we'll be exploring the caverns with some scouts. Interesting. You're doing all right. Frank should be happy with infinite castles. That is very true. Very true. You're right. This would be a great Frank's map with all the stone. Especially since Throwing Axeman got those buffs recently. Remember that KOTD Viper of Winchester game with the Throwing Axeman? Imagine that, but with infinite stone. Oh, Georgians with infinite scorpion towers? You bought a lot of Star Wars TOS books yesterday. I don't know what TOS means in the context of Star Wars. I always say TOS is in Star Trek the original series. Maybe you meant to write Trek there. Unless you meant, like, the first 3 Star Wars. Yeah, Booze. Reread your message again. Reread your message real quick. Probably should reduce the amount of stone in each pile. Oh yeah, Zetnus, is this supposed to be rock terrain in the middle? I swear, the first time I spectated the map before it went out of sync, it looked like it was black terrain. I'll go back in the VOD and check that later. Anyway, I think I joined a bit late and then I had the out of sync, so I'm extra late. We'll just speed up until they actually do something. And with all that stone, it looks like Bananji's about to do something, and that something will be dropping a castle right at the front of his base, and he's looking to go Arambai. Now Dave Hun will see that and try to be annoying with the scouts, but there will be a quick wall with those vills, keeping them away from them as they're building the castle. Rock terrain, alright. Maybe I'm just going crazy. I know my eyesight's starting to fail me in my 30s, but I don't think it's failing me that much. So, second TC from Dave Hun as the Georgians, who is probably happy to throw up some fortified churches and defend for a bit while booming. Both players walling themselves inside the rocks. Reminds me, Zetnus, you were the one who made that cliff map for ECL years ago. It was called Mezas. Kind of reminds me of that one in some ways. How the unpassable terrain defines the passages. And we'll have our Rambai on the way from Bananji. And you don't get much vision, but because you have starting vision and then presumably you scout a lot of the neutral areas, you can tell if the chickens run if you're paying really close attention. And you'll probably have scouting of the relics, so you can know if players move out to grab the relics. You bought a lot of Star Trek TOS books yesterday. And we'll have some Arambai out here by the TC of Bananji. Moving around some wild chickens. And extra TC as the Arambai start popping out. And what is Dave Hun doing? Dave Hun is making a fortified church and a monk to start thinking of relics. There's one relic. Yeah, that's another thing. Then because you have the vision and there was a bit of explored area around the clearings, you do see the relics. I guess the story is maybe since there are clearings here in the cave that we can see, maybe someone dropped the relics down the hole. This is reminding me of the relics of Atheline, where you had to go underground to find the relic. Ooh, Vil picked off by a Rambai. Other Vils also going down. Ooh, nice raid here from Benanji. And that mule cart now is sitting among the corpses of former forage bush gatherers. Interesting in King of the Hill. Ooh, King of the Hill. Might call 4, 5, and 6. Depends how you number them. Depends how you number them. And what will the monks do to those Arambai? Oh, the bear going after the Arambai. There we go, bear. Trying to chase them down. Chasing them away. Killing the bear. Oh, this is nice. They're little shorefish bits here in the underground streams. I like that. I like that. I need some, like, spooky ambience cave music for this, though. So, lots of Arambai, 15 to 8 military, and it's just a few monks and scouts. Monks tend to be pretty good against Arambai in low numbers, but once you get a lot of Arambai and you can get your darts hitting reliably, then you splatter the monks if you get close. And oh my gosh, Siege Workshop canceling the castle drop. Quick walling out the castle. This is where you gotta be careful. If you convert several Arambai, then you stop the castle, or maybe you convert the castle builders. But the charges did not reset, and the monks should get some conversions here. There is 1, 2, 3, 4 conversions. And is that enough to stop the castle? The monks will be healing these Arambai, but not quite enough. The Arambai go down, but the castle goes up. And that'll be double castle Arambai production now, as the Arambai keep looping around. This is a situation where you can even use the shift queued gather point from this castle. That's a new feature. You can shift queue your gather points and move the Arambai around and make sure they pop up here. Random Minecraft cave sounds. Yeah, get out of my game castle from red. Turn my own volume up. So, a nice workshop there from Benanji. Has to hope he doesn't block his gold miners. And it's handcart. As Vil count, still pretty close despite all the aggression. And we'll have now a third TC from Benanji added in on the gold. A couple of scouts here from Dave Hahn and a scout from Benanji. Looking out there. I feel like the relics maybe there needs to be a bunch of like hidden passages down the side where you place the relics. Create some type of maze on the outside. Now since you can create connections between specific land zones, you could probably make a maze type map. I've had an idea for that for a long time, like Nomad, where you start in a maze and have to join your villagers together. Arambai take out the rams. This fortified church with a relic in it will be shooting at the castle. I guess the Vils only shoot. The relics don't shoot for the Georgians. No mazed. Yes, Victor, exactly. Or no mazing. The monks don't want to be killed by that scout. And that's just a delete from Benanji. As he's going for an aggressive ram push, and Eco-wise, Dave Hun is ahead, and he's up to the Imperial Age. So Imp in the back. If he moves the mule cart around, he'll have more gold access. The mule carts are pretty nice on this map, being able to move along the stone and keep mining without more mining camps. And the ram push on the church. Dave will have to be worried about a relic popping out. There is the castle. And the Arambai will pick off Vils. Oh no, what did those Vils do? They ran right to their deaths. That poor monk. At least the relic popped out the right side of the church. That was a massacre there, so 10 Vil difference, but we will have Imp 90 seconds away from Dave Hun. He has lots of stone should he want to start getting up castles and trebbing with more than one castle. I feel like he probably needs a workshop and mangonel defense behind this to keep the rams out. And there is the mangonel. There's another mangonel defending the castle on the other side. Rams trying to break through the walls. Can do lots of stone walls here. And Dave Hun, as the Georgians, can do Svan towers. Turns your towers into scorpions, gives them more attack. And you essentially have infinite towers on this map by the looks of it. It might be a fun map to play Koreans. We were talking about Franks earlier for the cheaper castles. Maybe Koreans for infinite towers with longer range could be nice. Or Turks for infinite longer range bombard towers. If you ever play infinite resources as a setting, you very quickly realize it's a bad idea because infinite resources means infinite towers. So the Chubb's gonna start popping out for Dave Hun, and Benanji stuck in the Castle Age, and he's gonna have to make a ram push. He will have to make a push on these castles to stop the Treb production, and that might be hard because Dave Hun simply can plop more castles in the back. So 2 castle Treb production, and this will be 2 castle Arambai production. The Arambai won't threaten the castles, and if they try to run under, will be killed. Hello, Noob Netrum. Wall the opponent in Dark Age. You can't wall on the rock terrain bits. I guess you could wall behind it. But definitely a good map here. So Treb attacking the castle. Both Trebs attacking the castle. And third Treb on the way. So now we're on a timer here for Benanji. I guess putting the Arambai in the castle, oh my gosh, 4 plus 16 arrows, look at that thing go. And it's shooting the house? Yes, it's shooting the house. That castle does not like that house. And more repair vills on the way from Benanji doing masonry. I guess the good thing is, with all the stone you have, 19 vills on stone, you can send a lot of vills to repair and have the stone for it. 15 repair vills won't be enough for 3 Trebs, but it will be close to enough. Oh no, the Arambai are trapped by the forage bush. Can Benanji figure out how to free them? Oh, if the castle loses too much HP, he can't garrison. Oh, those poor Arambai foiled by a 20-food forage bush. Monks want some conversions on the Arambai, and they are getting quite a few conversions here. Oh my gosh, that's 7 Arambai now for Dave Hun. The rest of the Arambai slaughtered by the castle. The castle doesn't even have fletching. But there are some vills repairing the rams. Will this be enough to push the castle, though? I don't think so. I think the Trebs can immediately start trebbing this castle. Get a couple of Manaspas out. And this looks like Dave Hun winning the defense for now. But behind this, Benanji. 105 to 75 vills. He's been booming. Hope he doesn't think, oh, I've lost the push, I need to call GG, because no. You're still very much in this game, and probably still even have the lead, despite what the score would say. Click up to Imp, and you'll be in a great spot. Yeah, wood access is an issue. You're right about that. Wood access is an issue. You have infinite stone, but you run out of wood. Shame no one's the Persians, because we've learned war elephants are strong in this situation. Jordan taught us that. Capture age just flickered there. Probably one of those performance issues we've been having, because I have my... Maybe that's the side effect of my VRAM slider being all the way down. Treb going for the workshop. We also will have Theocracy on the way for Dave Hunt. Against monks, war elephants. Maybe not against monks, but when the wood runs out. Also, what are the... Ooh, around by I could think about denying the TC, but probably too many monks for that. What are the devotion stats? Devotion for Benanji, and no devotion for Dave Hun. So at least those around by are devoted. The Burmese do not have heresy. One, they're an elephant civ, and two, because they have the tech discount at the monastery, they do not have the 500 food, or the 500 gold heresy. That'd be a very cheap heresy. Trib's going for the castle. Hitting the castle. Hello, Red Cliffy. Angie is missing handcart. He is missing handcart, that's true. I think 30 vills will make up for that, though. And another castle being tread, but this might just be to slow down Dave Hun. This might just be to slow him down. In the late game, I do feel the Burmese, and they do have bombard cannon with siege engineers. I feel like they can fall off just a bit in a 1v1. It's hard to get the elite battle elephants going. And the Arambai, not quite as scary an imp as they are in the Castle Age. But now we have Benanji. He is doing his best Fat Slob impersonation to wall up the entire map. Maybe the map should have a tile of rock terrain, kind of Land Madness style, but away from the stone mines, so that you can't do this. Now it becomes very campy. I guess it kind of thematically makes sense that you'd be walling the mines, right? That feels like what you do in a mine. But just walling off the passages feels like it doesn't actually prevent the walling. And the difference between this and something like Black Forest is that the walls of these rocks are permanent. You won't be able to cut through them with Onager like you could on Black Forest. Would be cool if you could push through them with rams. That'd be sick. Push through the rocks like having a drill. Pretend the ram is a drill. Boring machine. So I have Imperial Age here from Benanji. Yeah, that's what you call map control. Well, Dave Hunt is slowly pushing back, and I'm waiting to see some m0re Cav and Svan towers from him, but his eco is still gonna take a while to catch up. As I said, we're actually behind in the Rex. Let's see if we can catch up to real time as they're maybe just engaging in a Treb war, a lumber camp Treban war. And wood control will be the issue. Wood control will be the issue if Benanji's able to hold this castle. And knowing about the wood control, obviously Dave Hun does not want that lumber camp standing. Rambai gonna run around a bit in the north and look to take out another Treb, maybe. Down it goes, and the Vil goes down. We'll have another castle in the southern area from Dave Hun, who continues pushing with a good number of Georgian Arambai. Now, these things don't heal over time. They were converted, but the monks will heal them up. And he's got 8 Arambai now, so he gets another castle forward. And the Arambai will look to raid. And, oh, that is an unfinished castle thanks to the Arambai, and with a Treb attacking it, Dave Hun has to delete. Well, I guess he doesn't need the stone back, but he should delete it. And it's on 17 HP, the Arambai should finish it off. And, oh no, Dave Hun, delete, he didn't delete. Loses the castle. Oh, now Benanji's getting pushed, though. This was the starting cavern. Perhaps the least valuable because it has the least wood remaining. Wants to move to the other ones, perhaps. He's getting a TC out in the middle of the map. That Vil will have to fight off a bear. Stab that bear. You go, villager. Down it goes. And TC going up for Benanji. Over here, Ebenaspa hitting a Vil. Another Treb comes forward. It's Infinite Stone. He'll be fine. I guess with Infinite Stone, you can sell it and then buy wood. For a while. It'll be like a water map where you're buying wood in a team game when you upgrade. Terrain before the desync. Okay, death counter. Let me... yeah, the mangonels are destroying a Treb. Let me just double check this myself. Was it rock terrain? Oh my gosh, so many tabs in the browser. And... can't actually tell. It looks slightly different, but it looks like rock terrain still. Maybe I was wrong, and it is just rock terrain. Okay, yeah, it is rock terrain. Okay, wasn't that then. My brain just playing tricks on me because of the other black terrain bits. But this castle, now besieged by the Trebs, that will go down, and Dave Hunt is continuing his progress with more castles. And all that map control that Benanji has is slowly slipping out of his grasp, but he is trying to counterattack with some Trebs of his own. Go for the fortified churches. And the Trebs go for this church here. Trying to take it down. Some Vils dying, I hear. Trebs go for the church, and that church will crumble. As so will the mule cart. And some cav archers going down to the Arambai. Skirm's going down to the Arambai too, as the Trebs come forward. Another castle in the south. Dave Hunt will work on tripping that. Oh, the battle elephants. Battle elephants need to worry about all the monks still, the Georgian monks. If Benanji here is thinking, maybe he puts his thinking cap on and realizes he can do atonement. And Dave Hunt cannot, as the Georgians. He can do heresy, but a monk defense here to counter the other monks with how cheap the Burmese upgrades are might be the play. Georgians can struggle against monks because of that, with no atonement. And this castle will crumble. And the Trebs will go for the stable. Trying to attack the stable. Get a conversion over here. This map could be fun in team games. Oh yeah, it could be, definitely. I do see, I guess, 8 spots where players can spawn in a team game. Monks want conversions on the Vils, they'll get them. Getting Vil conversions. As the Treb goes for the castle. And goes down. So Benanji's stabilizing now. Does have all the map control. Dave Hunt has to worry about wood control. I guess because of all the lighting, Benanji knows exactly where Dave Hunt is taking wood. Knows exactly where that is. And Dave Hunt, he can see Benanji's in the middle. See, he's maybe moved to the outside if he's taking wood there. Doesn't necessarily have the best vision of everything. We now have a good push here with 5 Trebs, and all of that effort from Dave Hunt to pay off might not have been worth it when we have over 10,000 more resources collected from Benanji, and he can get enough Trebs now to push, and Elite Arambai is on the way. What do these things look like? I don't know if I've seen that too often, Elite Arambai. They'll do their own little patrol dance. As Trebs go for the castle, the Arambai might come forward after this. The castle looks like it's gonna go down. The mule cart's getting one-shotted by the trebs. I love that. Do these count as buildings for the sake of treb accuracy? Because trebs have 15% accuracy against units, but it's hard-coded 80% against buildings. And if this is a building, trebs legit could one-shot them pretty consistently. And we'll have a castle on the way as the elite Arambai will secure that castle spot. Yes, those are skirms from Dave Hun. But won't be enough. Won't be enough skirms, especially Georgian skirms that lack the final archer armor as the Arambai push in. At the same time, the trebs are raining rocks upon the castle, and the Vils, having cleared the well, it's not a clearing, it's filled with trees. I'll say the lighted area, well, like the GG there from Dave Hun, and Benanji will be victorious. Now, there is a GG in the wreck, just didn't show in capture age because it was after the game ended. And we'll look at the stats real quick. And that's 135, better KD, and 22 conversions for Dave Hun, but couldn't overcome that eco difference. And interesting map. We saw some walls and some running, and let me change my overlay. The fact that the wood was finite meant that it didn't feel too campy, even with all the stone. So always a nice twist on maps when you see different resources used. So that was Caverns, and I'll just get an ad out of the way and run the next map then. And looks like they should be in it already. And looks like they're in the next map, which will be Holler. So let me just put a win on the scoreboard. And find, where's that draft? There we are. So that's a first pick Burmese winning over the Georgians. That was Caverns. Again, that was by Zetnus. And again, this was a map contest where one of the themes of the map contest was not to have perfectly square maps. So Caverns accomplishes that with some randomness on the caverns. It looks quite pretty. I'll actually see real quick if I have the description of the contest. I know I read that a while ago. Let me see if I can still grab that. Oh wow, this channel has some discussion. Yeah, that was Caverns was the first place map, it looks like. Next, we're going to have the third place map called Holler. And let me just load this map, and then I'll read the description of it as we get started. So, Holler on the way. Again, Dave Hun versus Benanji. Thanks to the two of them for playing. Alright. And let me just put Benanji in the red. We'll get some... Oh my gosh. Hello, TCs. Okay, he's just going to move to the side and rebuild the TC. Alright. Well, that was a thing. So let me read the description of this map. I open Rapture's chat. It's called Holler. It's by Jasuni. Players start at the very edge of the cone and have to chop through, then mine through, then transport over. This is probably the least traditional map of them all. No med start. This one will probably be chaotic. Well, your prediction came true, Rapture, as immediately we had a TC fight. There are reeds the players have to chop through, and then some cracked terrain they have to chop through again. And then they have to transport over here where they can mine through the stone to get to the end. And as they go, the map will widen. Some rocks, I guess, serving as the sides of the funnel as they move down towards the opposite side. And they have mule carts in each area to explore. What the heck? Hello, Ilon's baskets. How are you doing? Good lawns have lawns. How are the lawns landing? Chop through, dock through, mine through. You have to chop, dock, and mine. Oh, and there's a house. It looks like Bananji's trying to wall up. Maybe Dave Hun trying to harass those walling vills. No loom. So Dave Hun had better be careful that close to the TC with that vill. I'd be worried. Hello, the Snoopy. These maps are looking fresh. Oh, it's always nice to see some good creativity and non-standard maps. Even if the maps themselves are maybe a bit too crazy for higher tier events, I think it always gives some options. Or ideas for people for other maps. You don't need to be as extreme, but you can still pick features from them as inspiration. Yes, this was Nomad Start. And in case you are wondering, Bananji originally had his TC a few tiles over, but to avoid restarting, he moved it to the side. So I think we'll just speed up, see if we can get closer to where they are. I do feel this map is in favor of blue too, but Bananji so far has been the first one to chop out. Oh, he might try to wall. You can't wall behind that with the TC there. No. That's not going to work in the Dark Age. No. Oh, but you can wall around. Or you can wall around. Oh, look at this. I think the TC can hit that. I don't think that'll be in time. There's a gate going up to prevent the walls. The mule cart can block, but no. He's through, and it's a villager fight. Let's go, Vill fight. Remember, reeds have but 50 wood on them, so it's not going to be all that hard to chop through. If you have the mule cart, you can certainly get to the next area. This feels almost like a campaign or a custom scenario. Oh, that's a weak bill from Bananji. And I'll keep the range indicator on, I think, because this will be. Oh, the mule cart's trying to block the vills, so they can't get back to the TC. Bananji wants to fight. That mule cart can probably tank enough TC fire, can stand here for a bit, but the TC can shoot these vills. They're in range, and Dave Han gonna get his vill back 2 HP. And, well, if Bananji's blocking, he's getting some idle time. And if he loses access to the mule cart, then how's he gonna chop through? I guess he could YOLO 5 vills forward to chop through. And then just drop off with the mule cart when he gets through. He doesn't necessarily need a lumber camp. He could just open this up with how little wood there is. This is cracked terrain, so the lumber camps will go down quickly. You have some oysters over here for gold. They only have 450 gold on them. Did the Bazi map? I didn't see a Bazi on one of the top 5 maps. Ooh, I always love Bazi maps, though. The one that we just casted, the Zetnus map, that was a previous game, Caverns. And mule cart here. Oh, the mule cart, great for the chickens. So mule cart's a unit used quite often now for the custom maps. Makes me feel that mule carts maybe shouldn't be restricted to Armenians and Georgians. Maybe they should be, you research a technology at the TC, and you unlock the ability to make mule carts starting in the feudal age. And then every civ has them. Or maybe starting in the castle age. Maybe give them a bit less HP. And then everyone would have the option to do a mule cart instead of in addition to all the standard buildings. And maybe remove the text from it. I guess starting in feudal, that would be more interesting. Castle's probably too late because you're making TCs. Double voice? Do I have double voice? I shouldn't. That would be weird. Does anyone else have that? Do you have the stream open in 2 tabs? Sounds fine. All right. Should get access to a non-trash spearmen like fire lancers, eagles, and Flemish. I don't know, because eagles were originally made for the American civs to account for the lack of the stable, and they're a combo light cav knight. I don't feel like the Flemish militia or the fire lancer really has a distinct role like the eagle does. Would nerf Japanese that way? Japanese could have cheaper mule carts. They could have cheaper mule carts. And maybe Armenians and Georgians just get them for free and available in the Dark Age. Or, I mean, you don't need a tech for them. So, fishing ships here from Benanji. Moving out to the shorefish. Or maybe make the mule cart tech available in the TC in the Dark Age. You can make it, like, research really fast. Or make it research slow, but kinda cheap. Maybe there's a way to balance it, I don't know. Is this wall worth it? I have no idea, and to be honest, I don't think the players do either. Well, Benanji has gone all the way across, but remember, this is cracked terrain. So, whatever attacks this will do extra damage. Does it cost food to repair a mule cart? I think it costs food to repair it, yes. Unless I'm wrong about that, and it's just wood. So here we need a wall, because this is tower hoppable. It's a wall and something that's not a wall. So you can tower hop over that diagonal. Benanji now will wall behind this. Dave Hun not going to try to palisade the stragglers and break out. Let's give all... Okay, let's not give everyone churches. No. Let's not do that. That's scary. And Vil will run away. And we'll have a palisade wall up for Benanji. And fishing, but on the shorefish. And double dock, so docking both sides. There is some rock terrain here. I guess the map was assuming one player would be on one side and the other on the other side. There are enough resources here that it looks like Dave Hun's making use of them. Dave Hun also is the Persians, so when they placed their TCs next to each other, Benanji was the one who noped out of there. And he did break through the palisade finally. He's trying to get through to the middle, but Benanji will wall that off too. And with an archer there, that'll make it harder to wall. Red permanently Dark Age. Almost has the food to click up. Or wait, no, never mind, I'm looking at... Oh wait, let me swap the scoreboard, hold on. That's something I can do. It's the hotkey for that. There we are. Benanji's TC is over here, I'll put Benanji on the right. There we go, he clicks up. It's Nomad, so Capture Age sometimes doesn't reflect the TC locations as much as the starting bills. And those two are very different. So let's do that. Benanji on the right then. Vils finish the house and keep walling up. He's trying to keep Dave Hun trapped. There is a bit of a hole in the wood line now. He'll clear out some reeds. Benanji will keep walling everything. Yeah, Nomad. This was Nomad, and Persians on Nomad, you do not want to fight them. But yeah, I'll try to contain Dave in every single stage. We'll see a wall along the water. Oh, I got it. Remember that patch where the Lithuanians had the relic? No, it wasn't the Lithuanians. It was just everyone, right? There was that patch with the relic duplication bug, where like you shift queued the monk somehow to drop off the relic, and then you also use the relic drop hotkey while he was on his way to the monastery, and like you duplicate it somehow because he'd still drop it off. What if you duplicated a whole bunch of relics and then dropped them off on the beach terrain? And then your opponent, even if they had a transport, they wouldn't be able to pick them up because there'd be no space to offload the monk. And you can wall the shoreline with relics. There are relics here, so you could pull it off. That's the way to trap someone. And then your opponent would then have to revert to the patch with the relic teleport bug, and then use that to clear the shoreline. Treb wall to prevent docking. Trebs can be destroyed, though. Trebs can be destroyed. And stone walls now from Bananji, as Dave Hun continues trying to break out. Diagonal gates even to wall behind the archers. But Castle Age will be on the way for Dave Hun. And Bananji, though, mining through the stone. Is there any stone on this part of the map? There is not. So in terms of towering to go through, Dave Hun will be a bit trapped and unable to do towers. What is the theme of this map? The theme is that, one, it's not rectangular. One of the themes of the contest was to make maps that were non-rectangular. And two, you have to chop through reeds, transport across, and then mine through. So there are obstacles you have to pass to get to deeper areas, deeper levels within the map. And a few stone walls coming up. As archers will try to hit the vills and keep them away. And hello, a hot cow. Gameplay is just so positively stupid on this map, just how I envisioned when judging it. That's the best. That's the best way to score points. Make the silliest thing possible and score all the points. So now Dave Hun, he has to be careful though, because these are stone walls that are not going to be on cracked terrain, and with access to stone, Bananji could start throwing up castles. He does have a stable here. This could be, I worry this could be a cannon galleon map, where one player has all the cannon galleons here and can camp the water, and the other can camp this side. I guess this side is bereft of resources, and they should eventually die. Needs more rams before red gets castle. Yeah, so Dave Hun, he did break through the walls at least, and he has a dock. The Persians will be the better water sieve with the faster producing docks. But still awkward against Celts with their wood bonus. And the Persians, of course, lacking Bracer in the late game, will fall off a bit. I guess the same could be said for the Celts, too. They don't have Bracer. So I guess Persians just all around. Other than the wood bonus, I think that they're the better water sieve. Especially with the fire production early on. All the vills, all have vills sacrificed to get the gate constructed. Galleys will not be able to save her. Yeah, maybe no TC gaming soon for red. And that's also Bananji trapped in the feudal age. He can't make more TCs yet. He can mine through the stone all he wants. Get to the other side. 3 vills on that outside stone. But where's he going to make a TC? This is so hilly, even if he has to rebuild the TC. I guess there are some flat areas. But hilly and spread among the baobab trees. Mangonel's going for the TC. Vills will drop off some wood. And, ooh, Repairville's getting hit. He's trying to do Town Watch. The Persian player eating the Celt TC. And we're looking for Dave Hun, who does have the score lead. I don't know if Dave Hun's in the lead with the score lead, or is behind because he can't break out and doesn't have any stone access. I don't know whose position I'd rather have. Bananji has the res to go up to the Castle Age, but not going to be able to do it in that TC. And now these vills have to run somehow. They have to run, but they are getting mangonelled. Dave Hun not noticing, and he's attacking a house. I think that was a misclick. I think he meant to run the mangonel away. And the mangonels will have to cover each other. They have to split and try to hit the vills. Precise attack grounds are needed, and we have one. We have one. And we have another attack ground. The Repairville on the way. Archers save the mangonel, 2 HP. The other goes down, but so do all of the vills. And now it's 51 to 26 on the vill KD. I mean, on the vill count. It's 28 to 2 on the vill KD. And it looks like Dave Hun did manage to transport across, but immediately walled in. Nice reaction from Bananji, walling this in with some gates and palisades and everything. A couple of palisades in the middle. This is where a monk could be trained, ungarrisoned, be trapped in the monastery, but still convert a vill to force them to stop walling this. And the stable could train a few knights and then get deleted, and then the knights could reach the edge. But this is dangerous, as Bananji needs to delete all these vills right away, and oh no, he let a conversion come in. Is a tower worth it to allow the conversion? The alternative would have been deleting all the vills. Now he's relying on the monk not having enough monk juice for more conversions, and he'll try to wall this vill in too. So the first thing he'll need to do is shoot down the weak vill, and then shoot down the monk, and then shoot down the other vill. But a second monk will be on the way, and that tower needs to go up. That tower really does need to go up. Looks like we're having a bit more water control now from Dave Han, as Bananji's going for a TC all the way in the back. This is amazing. This is amazing. This map looks insane. This map is insane. Okay, and there's the tower. Oh, the monks healing each other. I don't think they can out-heal the tower damage. Okay, so I need to kill the monk before it heals the vill. Oh, you realized. Okay, monk's down. The vill should go down now. And okay, right decision for Bananji to do the tower. So far, Bananji does still have some water control. The fires can shoot over the rocks in the middle. Oh, Bananji not microing the galleys. Now, on any other map, I would say Dave Han has the lead, but I still don't know if he does with Bananji controlling the outside. And Dave Han does have this mule cart here. Oh, you know what could have happened? Dave Han could have used the mule cart to block off the stone mining and prevent Bananji from getting through right away. Oh, what is this map? This is absolutely crazy. I love this map. And that vill hit by the fires. He needs to stone wall himself, then he can dock. Or he needs Dave Han to stop microing. And then the dock will finish. And it seems like the stop microing is what happened. It's stone and spam castles. He has to get to the castle age first to spam the castles. He's on his way up now. Oh, here's a demo. Oh, it gets 2 fires. Nice demo. Bananji gets War Galley. Does he then control both pools of water and winds? This is not TTL5. No. This is a map scripting contest. This is a map contest. We'll have another TTL set coming up in, I think, 21 GMT. So about 2 hours. But this is chaos from a custom map contest. I've loved this. See, I think we're still not at real time, so we can probably catch up while Bananji's on his way to the castle age. Yeah, 19 vills to 69. And that's Dave Han with the faster working Persian TCs. Are there enough TC spots to make TCs in Boom here? Well, at least the Celts will have a ton of wood, and so far he has a ton of stone. I like to see new and messy stuff. That's exactly what this is. There's another TC among all these Bobab trees. And Bananji will be making lots of TCs. And for now, doing what he can. Stop Dave Han from mining through the stone. Outposts coming up. He could literally stone wall behind the stone wall. Crocodile going after vills, and a couple of stables will come up. Ready to push into the middle. Oh, the crocodile gets a kill on the archer. And Bananji will try to do outposts everywhere, but this is a Persian TC. Oh, Dave Han with the Persian TC by the stone wall to mine through. Paradox Nations Cup, obviously. Or USA Cup. I think that's one of the... I think USA Cup for this type of map would be peak. Alright, so Dave Han trying to push through. Bananji walling up. And what do you do at this point? If you're Bananji, you just tower, right? You tower, you castle. You do whatever you can to stop him from chopping through. Look at the range. That'll fend him off. I'd say you could do a blacksmith for Fletching and Bodkin. I don't know if he has the resources for that. And he's Fletching Bodkin in Guard Tower. And And there'll now be another mining camp. That mining camp will actually be walled off in the back. And chop through, we get to the baobab trees. My TTL actions today? That's the good question. It's at 21 GMT. I'll check after. Remind me to check after this game. I've completely forgotten what the TTL is. Oh, Mangonel hitting the Bills. I know Ganji Morgugu was earlier. They finished. Someone could check the schedule for me. I'd appreciate it. I wrote it down somewhere, but now I'd need to alt-tab and check. Bananji will win this on wood. You know, that's a good point. Dave Hun, he's running out of wood. He will... Oh my gosh. Dave Hun is going to have to gather the entire reed wall just to maintain wood. He's taking all the wood he can find. You're right, there's no wood. And Bananji has a chance to win. It's, what, 3K score to 7K. Oh, let me just alt-tab and check the TTL schedule, because I've forgotten that. It is silver. It is m0re versus Nahue. It is silver today. So we have chemistry and stone shaft mining on the way for Dave Hun. Outpost going down to that mangonel. And Persian TCs, they won't care about mangonels. They would care about castles. There won't be too many spaces you can drop castles, though. That's the worst thing when you write something down. It's like, I feel like when I write my schedule, it's like, do you remember Indiana Jones, The Last Crusade? Where the line is like, I wrote it in my diary so I wouldn't have to remember. That's what I'm like when I make my schedule. I write my schedule before the stream, and then I completely forget it. The purpose of making the schedule is so that I don't have to remember. So, Mangonel attacking the outpost. Okay, we're starting to get a bit cluttered with the lines. The best time for stone shaft mining, yes. Stone shaft mining has never been so important. The Persians do have it. The Celts have it, they have it too. I don't have it researched though. So Bananji's still trying to hold on. Still trying to hold on. There's the outpost from Dave Hun. And now maybe with the castle, have some coverage to push through. It's a big risk were he to put the castle actually on the mangrove terrain, because then the mangonels could push the vills. Yeah, will Dave be able to push? And we do have, remember when it was 19 vills? It's now 51 vills, 51 to 124. And 3 TCs booming away. So Dave Hun, he's the Persians, yes, but he's used most of his Persian bonus already. He can add more vills quickly, but he's running out of tasks where he can assign the vills. Maybe he'll have 126 vills all mining stone at the same time. He'll say, you know what, Bananji, stop me from mining through. Bombard cannon are out. They're sniping off mangonels. Bananji asking, you have wood. 43 vills on wood. Dave Hun, he still does have some wood. Bananji saying, no, don't have wood. Score difference is big. And he'll call the GG. And to be fair, Dave Hun, he's got 800 wood in the bank, and he does still have a good amount of wood left over. There's some trees in the back he probably has around. Let's double check that. Yeah, 2K, 5 wood, and then some more over here. Yeah, so he has around 3,000 plus that, so almost 3,500 to 4,000 wood to work with, plus a market. So it's actually going to be quite a while before he runs out of wood. And he's an imp with bombard cannon. So I think that's fair to call the GG there. But that was a really interesting game. Oh, I'm not supposed to have the TTL logo up. That's why people are confused. Thank you. Got to turn that off. Thank you. That looks like Bananji's game crashed as they were loading the next game. That's why everyone was confused. So we'll check out the stats. It's a 59 to 28 KD for Dave Hun. I turned that off on one overlay, but forgot to turn it off on the second overlay. And that's twice as many resources collected, 40,000 to 18,000, and even 10k more wood collected almost. Oh, that was a crazy game. Are they also wild? Pretty much, yeah. Look at that flower map in the bottom left. That was my favorite mini map to look at. just see. If I update this, it'll be 1-1. Benanji versus Dave Hun. And what map are they playing next? It will be Mont Saint-Michel. And hello, brachiopods for the people. So let me let the ad end, then we'll load into this. We tried to starve him. How is this not a square design? And that wasn't the only theme. I'm trying to find... let me try once again to find the theme in this map contest. Because the contest has been... overrun by people actually submitting maps for the contest. There we are. Themes are large obstructive formations or non-square maps. It was one or the other or both. And that was a do both type of map. May choose one or both themes, yeah. So it's non-square maps and obstructive formations. Caverns kind of filled both because it was somewhat roundish with all the different caverns mazing through with the obstructions. That one clearly filled both. And oh my gosh. This one's going to have some weird obstructions too. This is a cute map. And let's see, 27 seconds for the ad break. Yeah, didn't have to follow the theme precisely. It's more just to make a cool map thing, but it was a nice theme for a contest. I do love the non-square map thing. So death counters question while I'm waiting for the ad to end. And okay, the ad is over. The ad is over. And we'll be on map number 3. And let's start the game already. And again, Benanji in the red as the Turks and Dave Hun in the blue as the Khitans. And I will check the description of this map. This is Mount Saint-Michel by Death Counter. This is Death Counter's map. So inspired by the title castle in France, players start on opposite sides with a Gaia encampment in the middle. The buildings are captured by whoever gets there first and are not exchangeable. Gaia units are fully upgraded castle age units, so they pack a punch. The castle is capturable too. Water is dockable. Should it be map scripting contest winners? Is that not what the title is? Did I misspell the title? Content winners. Contest winners. Thank you. Minus 100 points to Yo for the logo. Minus another 100 points because I spelled contest as content. So, again, the theme is blocked maps. And also non-square maps. So this one, I'm going to say, somewhat feels non-square because there's all this swamp down here. On the screenshot, it looked like the swamp was supposed to be on both sides. So the player is not quite on opposite sides here. And this is probably another DE circle radius situation that spawns them on the extreme right angle. So in the middle, these Gaia units... Now the buildings are capturable. I don't know if the units will fight you. I think the... But I guess you have to break through the stone wall and then capture the buildings. That feels about right to me. And what are these? This feels almost like it's the inside of a bridge somehow. This is I can't click on it. So it's not like a wall. I guess this is an impassable barrier. Maybe you can wall up behind it. Water is not dockable. These are haystacks that have a bridge graphics. Okay, okay, there we go. Haystacks. So completely indestructible then with a bridge graphics. So taking another object and changing the bridge. And did I read? Yeah, water is undockable. Water is undockable, yes. So I guess that does help control the flow of the map a bit if you can't come down here. Oh, there's a ton of wood here in the appropriately named wood. So you want to gather wood down here, go for it. That's a nice little touch. You get piles of wood. And a deer pushed in here from Dave Hun, pushing that into the TC. Mill going up for Dave Hun. And oh no, but Angie, no. Don't. You can't get the scout close enough to the edge of the map to free the deer. Oh no. Oh, the poor deer. Don't really see how this plays out. I guess you go fast castle and ram to get in the middle. I'd say fast castle siege tower, right? Do you have to kill the Gaia units to capture the buildings, though? That's my question. Do you have to kill them? I guess you do, otherwise they might hold it. What do the bridges represent on the real Mont Saint Michel? Yeah, this is Death Counter's map, so he might be able to answer some questions here. Kumans would be busted with feudal... Oh, Kumans for Feudal Siege Workshop for a ram push? You'd still have to kill the Castle Age units, though. And I don't know how easy that is. See, I wanted to be surprised by the maps, so I didn't actually try to play them ahead of time. But now I need to figure them out as we go. Also, there's a relic in here. Yeah, I think this is an absolutely beautiful walling with the bridge graphics. And a nice job changing the haystack graphics. Yeah, even Siege Tower, once you get up, could be nice. So we will see a barracks from Dave Hun. Barracks also from Benanji. And I think we can maybe... Yeah, we're still not at live time, so we can speed this up a bit. Is that an AoE1 wall? It does look kind of like the AoE1 wall. I see where you're coming from. Alright, so up to Feudal. The scouts will chase each other around a bit. We'll have another stable on the way for Benanji. And a Palisade Gate up for Dave Hun. And it's pasture time. Pastures for Dave Hun. Up, and spears. Poke down another spear. And, oh my gosh, triple poke on the scout. Scout down right away. But Angie showing no mercy to that scout. They feel off on the hill. Okay, using custom stuff always runs the risk that you might not be used to it and it might feel out of place. I think this works here as a wall. But it is kind of immediately clear it's a bridge. What we really need is someone to end up with a bridge staircase like in the scenario editor. Imagine losing your scout to Turk spearmen. There is a pasture for Dave Hun. The uphill shadows. Ah, I get what you're saying. The uphill shadows. Yeah. I see that. It's like when you use a seawall on land and you can see the wall and the water graphics underneath it. So a few pastures for Dave Hun. And as the Catans, he will look to boom and use that food eco, taking the chickens on the edge. And scouts on the outside still trying to break through. As the spears poke down the stable. And we'll have a house going up for Dave Hun. Spears poke each other, and we'll have a gate coming up. Bulgarians could also be really good here with the cheaper Siege Workshop upgrades. Well, I don't know if that matters if you're trying to break through in the Castle Age, though. I get what you're saying, like, capped ram to break through faster. Maybe Kuman's just for Castle Age capped ram. Or any civ for a castle drop, really. As long as you have the map control to drop it forward. Maybe an advantage then to spawn on the front of the map where it's easier to drop the castle than on the back. And will we see a scout fight here? Will we see a scout fight? Both players going scouts, walling themselves fully and booming up. So scouts and spears, no different approach from either side. It's Turks for the extra pierce armor versus Khitans for the extra attack but no bloodlines. Is there Joan of Arc? Oh, I didn't see her because she's hiding behind the castle. Hello there, Joan. Yeah, it was a castle in France, you said. Or the description said that I read. Presumably you wrote, or maybe Rapture wrote. Whatever it is, it's in France. So there is Joan of Arc hiding. So we'll see her eventually, I'm sure. Are they not allowed to be built in normal games? I think they would restrict the maps too much on water. There is the Realms mod where you could build seawalls as one of the civs. I feel it's the type of thing that's best left for mods or custom games and not really the type of thing you want to see with huge walling on water maps. That'd probably slow the game down way too much. We'll see. I'm pretty sure they attack you and you have to kill them to capture the buildings. That's my guess, though. That's my guess. Otherwise, you'd run forward and capture them right in the Dark Age. Spear pokes the scouts from behind, and that'll keep the stable up for Dave Hun. 39 to 39 vills, and so far, so good for keeping pace with the Khitan's eco as far as the Turks player is concerned, but that might end quickly as the food from the pastures is gathered. And now the pasture economy is set up. So the scouts picking off some of the spears. Spear goes to poke them down. And more spears poking down other scouts, but they're cleared. That Khitan extra attack against the spears is great. You clear the spears. And these spears just poking each other there. Yep, and the Gaia units do seem to attack you, so I don't think you're going to capture them. And then Castle Age on the way for Dave Hun. Up those scouts. Trying to pathfind. Good HP scout against 2 low scouts, so Dave Hun will try to clear that. And should be able to get one and then the other. Spears and the archer trying to break through. Dave Hun's eco is set up with pastures. 9 pastures, he's up to the Castle Age. Res collected still pretty close, and Bananji not too far away from clicking up himself. Just needs a bit of gold. Trying to pump out some skirms. And hello, Bart Dimperton. Welcome to the YouTube chat. Yeah, death counter's a bit ahead. So no, we'll speed up again. Speed up again. Bananji on the way to the Castle Age. Again, I had an out of sync during the first game, and we have a bit of catching up to do to be live with the players. And scouts attacking the house as skirms come over, and he'll try to fend the scouts away. Vills go to repair, and Bananji has to be careful of an overchop. We'll do a palisade there, and up to the Castle Age now is Dave Hun, Bowsaw, and Bodkin Arrow. And with a couple of archers, we'll try to harass from the back of the wood line. Bananji still would have one more wood line to access, but has to make a play forward sooner rather than later in order to gain access to the middle. And now we'll see a forward workshop from Dave Hun as he's got husbandry on the way. Bananji up to the Castle Age. And town center for Bananji on his stone. A few skirms will fend the cav archers off. And step lancers will be poking at that palisade as cav archers still pop out. And wheelbarrow on the way. Use my voice for sleep. Just be sure to leave the stream open while you're sleeping, so that you count as a viewer. And Castle Age heavy cav archer for Dave Hun as he comes with the ram. Maybe we need some mangonels inside to stop the rams from breaking through. The cav archer is clearing the longswords and the skirms. That ram just about breaking through. 8 HP left, and Dave Hun is in. He is in. Bananji not contesting the middle. And as Dave Hun clears these units, I'm ready for Bananji to sneak in. with one single unit. Ram attacking the stone walls, and here we are, Cav Archer's in. And yeah, and it looks like you do have to kill the Gaia units before capturing everything. And throwing axemen killed by the Cav Archers. Dave Hunt continues breaking through, but more Gaia units are coming over. It's gonna take him a while to deal with this, but Angie will head to the bottom with the Cav Archers and scout. Nothing to scout down there. Actually a dead end. Imagine he gets walled in there. So Cav Archers capturing the house and the barracks, Dave Hunt taking the middle, and he is getting a huge score lead. And Joan of Arc still not attacking. Gotta keep our eyes on Joan. The castle can be captured too, but you'll have to kill Joan to get it. Oh, there she goes. There she goes. Oh no, she's afraid. She's afraid to attack. Running away from the knights. Relic right there in the middle too in that captured monastery. Cav Archer's trying to kill everything. Joan, oh, she's attacking. Go, Joan. Go, go.
Ready.
Oh, there she goes. Oh, running away, running away. Oh, she heals over time too. Hero units, OP.
Mandatum.
She can't decide where to go. Being very indecisive, like a campaign player, and down she goes like Viper controlling her in a campaign. And the rest of the units here should die. Imagine Benanji's face if he comes over with a Joan of Arc. Imagine you captured the castle and then you could train Joan of Arc. Like those 3K heroes. That was initially the plan. Catching strays just like his heroes. More pastures, as Benanji wants to use his Cav Archers to break through. Fully upgraded Cav Archers for Benanji and Imp should be great. Let's see if he can get there, as Dave Hunt's clearing the rest of the Gaia units. And it will be an attempted forward castle drop. I don't know which terrain you can build on here or not. Looks like there might be rocks, but using terrain masking. Benanji thinking that Dave is just booming, but now Dave has a castle in the middle. Well, it's not a victory timer or anything for controlling the castle. And now that you have the castle can kill the rest of the Gaia units. But it will be a castle drop now for Benanji, who will probably be very surprised should Dave Hunt get Imp and then Treb from this side. And there will be a siege workshop for Benanji. We'll convert to player 1 after death if both players have line of sight. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Oh, you can capture the castle back? Really? I thought they didn't exchange. Yeah, imagine him running in now and getting the buildings. Well, I think he has plans to run in, but in on Dave Hunt's actual base. Okay, so you do capture them back and forth. Okay, it is like Battle Royale. So Camel's going for the house. And Bill's running in for Benanji. Some Cav Archers come over, and they will kill the villagers. Bill's going down. Ooh, picked up by the Cav Archers. Have to run away. Step building capture is fun. And it is. So Thumb Ring for Dave Hunt. Do we have Sipahi in? Nope, no Sipahi yet for Benanji. He'll probably want to click Imp first. But Sipahi on the way up would be pretty darn good for the Cav Archers. Give them a ton of HP, even over the heavy Cav Archers, since they'd have Bloodlines too. HCA is, I think, just plus 10. Sipahi should then be plus 20? Yeah, plus 20. Just like the Viper. Imperial Age on the way. And Town Watch also from Benanji. And, ooh, nice shot on the Cav Archers. But the Minganel goes down. Heavy Cav Archers on a hill. will kill mangonels quite readily. And as Imp's on the way for Benanji, I think he's ready to start trebbing. Remember, the score lead from Dave Hun, part of that comes from killing the Gaia units, I think. Do they count for your score if you kill them? Not sure about that. If they do, then you gain a lot of score, but it's deceptive because you're not getting it by killing your enemy units. So town center for Benanji. Cav Archer still running about. I'll try to attack a villager. Bill goes down. And ooh, this will be a denied TC. Benanji, that will not go up, my friend. Dave Hun's Cav Archers are killing all but one Vil. Okay, maybe it won't be a denied TC. Maybe that'll finish. Dave Hun showing mercy to his opponent. He looks at the score, perhaps ignorant of the imp click, and decides to show Benanji some mercy by sparing one last villager, leaving her to tell the tale to all the other villagers who spawned from that TC. There's Imp and Thumb Ring, both for Benanji. And Imp for Dave Hun now coming in, but over 2 minutes later. So here come the Cav Archers. And well, that Vil dies in the gate. Yeah, so far the middle was ultra useless. Safari wasted some Cav Archers going for it. And now the Trebs are popping, and the Bombard Cannon should be produced from this forward workshop. From Benanji as the Turks, he does have free chemistry. No Sipahi yet. And he's going to think about first Bracer from the Blacksmith. Well, I think it's... Has he forgotten he's Turks? It's time to make a Bombard Cannon. Doing another castle at home. Castle here attacking the lumber camp. Monk will be healing up the Cav Archers in the back. And we'll have another castle here from Dave Hun. As the heavy Cav Archers run in, castle attacking the lumber camp. All our team games end with 1 million monasteries now to claim top score for no reason. I mean, that is a very important reason. More important than winning the game. Gotta get top score. Even if you're the losing team, you still want to be top scorer on your team. Masonry on the way. There's Sipahi. So Cav Archer HP for Benanji. Age of top score. And this castle for Dave Hun being trebbed. The Khitans do indeed have normal trebs. They're outside the time period of the Three Kingdoms where they get the traction trebs. No cannon for them. And Dave Hunt up to Imp. If you get top score, you can prove you're not the one letting the team down. You can prove you're the one who boomed while your teammates died. Chemistry there for Dave Hun. And Parthian Tactics going full for the Cav Archer upgrades. No heavy Cav Archer for Benanji. And might struggle a bit for food on the way there. Lots of repairs as conscription comes in. And, oh boy, Benanji is trebbing the castle. He could capture that, right? But he's trebbing it, trying to destroy it. Another monastery there. One longsword, I think, will stop, and one skirm will stop these buildings from being converted. Benanji run in and claim the castle. Cav Archers fighting Vils on Dave's wood line, and Benanji now has a score lead. Remember, Dave had a huge score lead? Well, now he's against the Turks and Imp. Turks who still don't have heavy Cav Archer, but otherwise will have upgrades, Ring Archer armor, and they need Parthian still. So Parthian, then HCA will be the plan. But 90 hit points to 60. Already we see the benefit of Bloodlines plus Sipahi. Only 10 more from heavy Cav Archer. This castle's been repaired for a long time, but we can see Dave Hun now bleeding out from stone, as now Hussars. Stables come forward from Benanji, and there will be a Hussar raid on the stone. Only 2 Vils left on stone, and I'm not entirely sure where they even are. Heavy Cav Archers are trying to stop the Turk player from getting in, but this castle will finally go down as the stone hits 0 for Dave Hun. And Benanji will turn his attention to the TC, and if he ever can get out a Turk bombard cannon, we'll be able to deal with the Trebs. Does he have artillery? No artillery just yet. That is pretty expensive. Maybe close to coming in. The food and gold are getting close to the level they need. unrealistic, not being loyal to the owners. So that's a lot of heavy cav archers from Dave Hun. But we got a good stack from Benanji. And what can Benanji do in this fight? The Trebs will absorb from HCA arrows. And you can see Benanji trying to secure the outside cav archers to keep his Trebs safe. But that castle goes down. The castle goes down, but then so does Dave Hun's castle. He doesn't repair that. No more stone for repairing, perhaps. Benanji forced back, but at the cost of his Trebs. And he'll be making another castle in the north. Cannon go down. Yeah, I thought they didn't swap sides when I read the description, but seems like they do now. Had to place the Dark Age ones and give them Castle Age graphics. Oh, okay. Do the graphics change if they take damage then? I guess not. I guess only the walls would. That is a lot of cav archers, and they are now heavy cav archers with Sipahi. So that's 100 HP to 60. That is not going to be a pretty fight for Dave Hun when this happens. And he's already down in numbers. Here come the cav archers. Yeah, well, now he has the upgrades. Now he has the upgrades, has Parthian, heavy cav archer, all the blacksmith techs. And this will be an ugly fight for Dave Hun if it happens. Here come the cav archers trying to clear the other cav archers. They are going down as the Vills go down too. The Trebs look to clear some cav archers who are hit by Treb shots. Cav archers dying. Oh, that's an ugly fight for both sides. Under the TC, though, some TC arrows killing of cav archers, but Angie has to run back. That did not go as well as he had hoped it would have. And Dave Hun is still rebooming to the south. He stopped the Hussar raids. And now it looks like Benanji, after destroying the castle, will build his own castle in its place when he could simply have captured it. I'm sure Death Counter is enjoying this. I'm sure he's really enjoying it. I think we can still speed up just a bit. We'll have Hussars coming out of the stable as the mining camp goes up for Dave Hun. Now just some Hussar fights. And we'll wait for the cav archers to figure out where they're going to go if they're going to take another raid. There's the castle, Trebs coming forward. And Bills in the Stone getting hit by some Hussars still, just a bit. Wait, no, he can't recapture it again. Can't recapture it again. Better to have your own than an unloyal castle. I guess that's true. Can you delete stuff while you own it if you capture it? Then you could stop it from being captured. So forging there for Benanji. And all the upgrades coming in from Benanji. Hoardings, treadmill crane, gold chef, forging, conscription, two-man saw. Lots of stuff that's very food and wood focused. Only conscription out of that costing gold. Can't delete it? Alright. It's 1.5 speed. Well, it does have a 2 speed. And Vills on this TC for Dave Hun going down. The scores are still very close, but I should see the Turks with the advantage here. They have extra pierce armor on their Hussars too. But Angie almost up on 58 villagers. I mean, 58 villagers on food. 200 pop, and both players pop capped. Cav archers taking out units from the back. And this looks like a fight that Bananji will win. On the other side, there are some Hussar raids in Bananji's eco. Nothing compared to what'll happen to these Lumberjacks if these Cav Archers lose this fight. And based on the numbers, the fact that they surely will lose, especially against the Turks. Turks mowing down everything that gets launched their way from Dave Hun. Stopping everything with those heavy Cav Archers. Oh, actually, Bananji's getting back. I don't think he needs to get back. Still has a huge lead. And oh, what's that relic doing? Hello, monk. You can't reach that monastery, can you? What happens to a monastery if it swaps sides? The relics are forced out, I think. So Cav Archer is taking down the Hussars, trying to dodge the Trebs. KD better for Bananji. And another castle on the way. So Dave Hun's still hoping he has the better eco as the Khitans of the Pastures, but yeah, taking the middle was not worth the hassle, GG. Indeed, spent all that time taking the middle, didn't work out for him. And Bananji dropping the castle, about to push him out. So 2-1 for Bananji. Relics are ejected when it swaps sides. Alright, that's what I thought. I've done that with scenario triggers before, but I've never tried it purely with Gaia units. So better KD even for Dave Hun with the Khitan's eco, but perhaps in his own words, spent too much time taking the middle. Alright. So I will also run to the bathroom real quick between the games. And we'll see, they should have game 4 starting in just a moment. So let me just do an ad real quick. And scoreboard update. That's 2 for Bananji, 1 for Dave Hun. And in the draft... Got the draft earlier, so it's a win for the Turks, and a loss for the Celts, a win for the Persians, and a loss for the Khitans. Alright, time to try out if this overlay swapping will work. Whoosh. Alright, so the next map we have, let's see, this will be Battle Lines, and they're only 3 minutes into this one, so we are catching up. And maybe if you got resources from the middle somehow. Alright, so Battle Lines, and let's put Benanji in red. Oh my gosh. So once again, the solid obstacle theming with the map. So what's the description of this one? Let's read that. So battle lines by Thyre. The most closed map of the bunch, players have the choice of walling close or walling a bit further and securing an additional corner. Players start close but separated by unpassable terrain. A sneaky tower may range opposing vills, though. Let's see. Yeah, sneaky tower could hit over this. Might be cool if you could siege tower over this. So this one we can catch up to real time because they're not that far ahead of us. Have a house going up for Dave Hunt. As he's looking to wall himself in, we'll save the Vil. He'll scout the lumber camp on the other side, and he's going for walls, so he wants to play a closed map. Not taking wood right away. A TIE Fighter generation? Oh, it does look kind of like a TIE Fighter, you're right. In the middle. And there we are, real time. Finally did catch up to them. And again, in just over an hour, we have another TTL set, and I'll be casting that too. So we have a couple of trees chopped by Dave Hun over on the side. As the scout cav will wander around a bit, and Dave Hun will take the berries. So how does this map play out? There, on the mini-map, all this black terrain is where the rocks spawn by the looks of it, and they will be blocking off passage from one side to the other. Now, a tower might hit enemy vills, but by the time you get feudal, there isn't really much wood in the middle, so I don't know if there will be too much value for that. You can clear a bit of farming space, but that's about it. Oh, thank you, Duve. Also, 27 hours ago for the shout-out. I just read that message. So over here, we have a few houses and a palisade for Dave Hun, who has fully walled everything. And in the back, each player does have their own corner with an abundance of gold and stone tiles, some forage bushes, and a relic inside of a wood line. Look at that. Hello, relic. There's a relic in the trees on every side. Is there a flower patch, like a clearing around the relic? Or is it inside of a tree? I guess there's a clearing. So chop through and grab a relic, I guess? Looks like there's a tree inside the relic. So she's just nestled in that forest. Lovely! L for lovely gold mine. There for Dave Hun. Gold there for Benanji taking out the mining camp. Objects and objects. Michi light. I mean, maybe Michi heavy if you can't break through the rock terrain. Oh my gosh, I got it. Yeah, I got it. Michi with an indestructible wall that you cross over with siege towers. And the only way to cross is siege towers. There, perfect idea. So, farm for Benanji. And you can't because they banned them? to win the map, you have to sacrifice 100 elo.
Yeah.
So, market and blacksmith for Dave Hun, and he's looking to fast castle. No stranger to some clown strats, he's looking to fast castle. And feudal age in for Benanji, who undoubtedly will fast castle too. A bit slower to feudal, but we'll make up for that by being the Malay. We'll simply have more vills as he does his fast castle. The Malay Italians. Interesting if the Malay try to go elephants and the Italians go Genoese crossbowmen. That can go either way. If the Malay have enough elephants to run down the crossbowmen. But I probably favor the crossbows if you get a good number of them. And lovely willow tree by the TC2. I like the willow trees. They're a fun asset to sprinkle in as stragglers. And market blacksmith on the way for Benanji. Lons, hello, Turs. Welcome in, Turs. I have with Castle Age on the way for Dave Hunt in that TC. And Double Bit Axe plus Horse Collar coming in. The indestructible m0re thing could work, especially if you give players a siege tower to start. Yep. Or it's m0re. Maybe make them make their own siege tower. Radiation comes in from the sides, not a circle, and you're eventually pinned against the wall trying to shoot the guys on the other side before you die. It's like Fortnite, but the walls are made for you. I guess there's no building in Fortnite anymore. Isn't that a thing they removed when it became more mainstream? They were just like, yeah, this thing made us unique to start with, but let's just remove it. So we make more money with more people playing. And yeah, these farms from Benangi, those are the ones that I think could be denied if you go for a forward tower. That's about it. You're not taking wood near the middle. Maybe it would be a bit more interesting, say if each player had a gold and stone near the middle and you were incentivized to tower, kind of like Hamburger. Well, I think Benangi is incentivized to castle drop. There's 7 vills mining stone, and here he comes forward. Not taking too kindly to Dave Hunt's walling of that passage, he will construct a castle and use the castle to break through, as he'll then go maybe for some Karambit warriors to raid, and with 8 vills still on stone, could even follow that up with a second castle. Should Dave Hunt not mine stone, Benangi might get a castle right in between the 2 TCs. So that's going up in the back. Still tons and tons of resources. So even if Benangi does get castle dropped, a castle that he does see, he could always wall this, maybe wall back here, and have tons of res in the south that are safe with a wall. Yeah, T90 is the reigning Battle Royale champion. Win best map idea of 2026. I feel like we have lots of map ideas. I want to do a map. I don't know how to do it, but it's possible to make staircases in the scenario editor using bridges. I'd love to use that in a random map somehow. I need to figure out how it works in the editor first, though, because doing it in a map script then probably gets almost impossible. What if you can swap graphics? Maybe it'll work. It'll take some experimentation. So Karambits break through the house. And now we have multiple layers of stone wall from Dave Hunt, and perhaps expected in the map pool with a theme of obstruction, that players would go for the fat slob strategy of adding in walls. I saw T90 swapped his merch from Teespring over to something called Fourth Wall, and sounds like an appropriate name, because Dave Hunt has 2 walls already, and if this were a fat slob, he certainly would be building a 3rd and then a 4th wall. Amazon Tunnel but impassable rocks except for one spot in the middle. I never knew people played with small tree mod. The point was you couldn't see the rocks. So Karambits see the wall and are like, nope, we won't break in. Oh, on the other side there's a vill with an outpost. But Dave Hunt will wall that in. Doesn't want to deal with any shenanigans coming in on this side. But he will be walled in by Benangi. Okay, so Benangi, with a castle on one side and some stone walls on the other, will try to keep Dave Hunt isolated and wall himself into a 3rd corner. Okay, these rocks, nothing you can do. They're impassable. You can't siege tower them. Can't siege onager them. You can only live in awe of them as you dream of the economic setup on the other side. You can outpost and see over them, slightly as Dave Hunt has done. I mean, as Benangi has done. See into Dave Hunt's base. Maybe he needs some town watch and then some town patrol, really to see over them. But houses go down. No murder holes for the castle, so it won't auto-attack the palisades. And there's now a mangonel for Dave Hunt defending this wall. But he's given up map control, and maybe Benangi content to 3 TC boom, knowing he has everything outside of Dave Hunt's base under control. Very young. I'm sure we all hit an epiphany in the old days when we discovered small trees and realized we could see and click things properly. Castle not even shooting. Can it reach the walls? Oh, no, it can't. Castle needs some fletching and bodkin. Break through the walls. Plays out like caverns. Bananji wants aggressive. Dave walls and booms. Bananji tries to contain Dave. Dave hits him first and breaks out. Something like that. Something like that. Italians will have the cheaper age up, so cheaper imp. Alright, third wall coming in. Third wall coming in from Dave Hun. One more and you could have a T90 merch sellout for fourth wall.
Yeah.
Monk wants to convert a Vil. The Vil will have to run away. Bananji going. Yeah, Bananji's going for the relics. He is doing lumber camps and trying to chop through to them. He needs to go for the one on the right. I guess there are 4 relics in total on the map. What it looks like. I'd zoom out and double click them, but capture age feels laggy when I do that, and I don't want to crash. And I don't think I can double click them all that well. Side of the trees, yeah, I can't. And I've learned in the past, don't zoom out and double click the trees. That slows things down to a halt. Something about selection and maybe rendering the selection boxes. So bow saw for Bananji. And imp for Dave Hun, so he is up to imp. As the Mangonel keeps pushing in on these walls. Dave Hun buying some stone. And he will try to break out. There's another castle coming forward. And that'll be ballistics, gold mining, and bodkin all on the way for Dave Hun. 6 relics, 1 for each player, and 1 in each corner. For each player, which is presumably already in their monasteries now, which is why I don't see them on the map and see that it's 1-to-1 as they're chopping through. Okay, there we go. And I think the monk should be able to pick that up now. It's inside of a bush, but the monk should be able to get there.
Yep.
Karambit's on the way for Bananji, who still in the castle age is booming, but as the Malay can take a longer castle age and still click up after a bit of a delay. But we'll have to deal with Dave Hun already being imp, chemistry clicked. And he'll look to cannon down this castle over on the west. Maybe add cannons along with that mangonel to break out from the wall in the east. Outposts everywhere behind the wall too. Mangonel goes for the stone walls. We'll try to push them down. And another trib for Dave Hun. We'll be going for the castle on the left. Can you palisade these trees? I'm gonna guess no, because I see a little bit of a maybe different terrain under them. Don't know if you could hop across there. Rebs will go for the castle. Imagine the monk has to get the relics like Vil's foraging. This castle looks like it'll go down. It'll go down. Imp is in this TC, so that's safe. And 3 relics now. 3 relics garrisoned for Bananji. There's another relic on the side, and Dave Hun will have access to 1 relic in the back as he chops it. Thank you, Ebark, for using your Prime sub.
Blada will lead us to ruin. Perhaps he should not return from his boar hunt. Accidents can happen.
Accidents can happen. That's Dave Hun saying perhaps Bananji should not return from his relic hunt. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. cannon trying to break through the walls, as the mangonel will do the same and try to break through. Send a monk to chop the wood and make the piece of the true cross special relic they had in the old scenario editor. Last Red Bull, I was in Cordoba and took a tour of the mosque/cathedral in the city. That is a structure that changed hands and purposes over the years many times. But there I saw a piece of the true cross, meaning it contained a very small bit of wood, which was... I was told that at one point someone counted up all the relics that claimed to be pieces of the true cross in the world, and came to the conclusion that there were way too many of them for the amount of wood it would have taken actually to construct a cross. So we'll have a castle in the back for Benangi. And castle has to be in the back to buy himself some time. Chemistry, padded archer armor. Italians, I think, should you go Genoese crossbowmen. Arbalest, and I think the Malay should struggle against that. One thing that they do have is siege engineers for their cannon, so they will have the better cannon, if not the cheaper cannon that the Italians have. It's like 2 tons of wood. Yep, and he is... Indeed, Dave has breached containment, and breached with a number of bombard cannon. That's 5 cannon now. Shooting down the TC. And down it goes. And perhaps in exactly a repeat of the first game. It'll be, oh, shooting across the center of the map. There we go, Dave Hun. Downtown destroys Benangi's starting TC. And Benangi falling apart here on the back foot, still up by 20 vils. But perhaps this time Dave Hun will be successful in his escape attempt. As the skirms go down. And the castle foundation placed forward for Dave Hun. Skirms trying to kill the crossbows. The cannons miss. True cross relic in AOK would disappear if you made a monk pick it up. Yep. Yeah, the difference is that in DE it no longer has unique graphics. That rather breaks TTF racing. Because you can no longer tell the difference between the relics and the pieces of the true cross in the monk minigame. Oh, the skirms stacking on a tile and getting massacred by a volley of cannon shots. Oh, Benangi. Benangi, I think, just patrolled into his doom. Arbs will run away from the castle. Cannon take out the range. Ring archer armor on the way for Benangi. Cannon take out the university. And they will move forward and go to attack the castle. Skirm's going down. Down to the cannon. All the skirms dying. Gambit's getting massacred by the Yarbs. And the cannon trying to kill the skirms from behind. That is a lot of bombard cannons, 7 of them. Oh, the poor skirms, like Rambit's Benangi just feeding the kill count of Dave Hun. Who's spamming more arms forward. He is indeed broken containment. Oh, the skirms. There's the GG from Benangi, and Dave Hun ties it up 2-2. And we'll head into the final map all tied up for game 5. So that's a military count. 73 to 13 KD. That is a pretty good KD for Dave Hun. Boomin' and breaching containment seems to be the strategy for this map then. No, that's not a single G. That's a mistyped double G. Definitely not a single G. We blaming people for single Gs. Alright, so that means we're all tied up. And for the civs, that was Malay losing to Italians, both using their last picked civ. And it'll be Koreans or Burgundians for Benanji against Japanese or Saracens for Dave. The final map will be the flower map. Flower map. Okay, and looks like he's in the lobby. I can't click the spectate button for some reason. That's weird. Hello, Sentient Beast. It's posting the lobby code there. This is where we check if Happy Leaves is still around. Yeah, this is where we submit bug reports if Happy Leaves is here. For some reason, I can't click this part of the clock. I can click over here. I can't click over here. That's weird. On your to-do list, all right. Still, as long as we can click it, we're fine. I can set the accent color now. I saw there's a light mode and a dark mode. How do I do that? What does the clock do? Oh, you click that and you auto launch into the game when it launches. Now they've just launched and we immediately load in. Tools display. Oh, tools. Stream mode. Ooh. Okay. I can do like 0, 255, 255. Oh, and stream mode removes all the other stuff. Oh, that's lovely. Just open it up. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, wait, we gotta check out the beautiful dashboard now with the accent color. It's lovely. Oh, beautiful. We have a game going on, but we now match the stream. All right. Game time. We will have game number 5 on an absolutely crazy map. I'm looking at the difference between the bright trees and the dark terrain. I'm not sure if it's beautiful or ugly or both at the same time. What the heck is this on the outside? Oh my gosh, I feel like on another planet. That snow and black terrain mixed together. It's like stars in outer space if you put too many stars. I don't know what to think about this, but this is crazy. So it's called Flower Valley. And we are trapped in a valley right now. And let me read the description of this. Where are we? Flower Valley by Jasowski. And apologies if I pronounce your name incorrectly. Flower Valley by Jasowski. Or by Jazowski. Players can start in any petal of the flower, so scouting your opponents is essential. Other than that, this one is fairly standard. If this is your definition of fairly standard, I think you need to go play some Arabia. What are these buildings on the outside? That's crazy. Anyway, we'll have Saracens against Koreans.
No.
I think that means we see Fire Lancers at some point from Benanji. Oil seeping out. And we'll have from Dave Hunt a Vil going to do a house. Socotra 2. You're gonna say cool map? Yeah, it's like Socotra. It's like Socotra. You're closed in. Yeah, imagine you could watch AoE 2 on your phone. That's the type of thing you kind of expect for a game from 1999, right? The ability to watch from a phone. Kind of like you can play Doom on a phone, or Roller Coaster Tycoon on a phone, or like you can play Lego Island in your browser. I don't know if anyone else played that game when they were kids, but there was just a decompilation project that finished, and they made a browser version. What elo is the minimum for beating one extreme AI? You could always cheese the AI with a tower rush or something. So that probably varies. If you're going to play a legit game, probably around somewhere from 900 to 1100. Let's just say like Arabia 1v1, and you're not Vil rushing or anything.
m0re. نعم.
Maybe 1100-ish. I'd be confident everyone above that would beat Extreme AI pretty consistently. Yeah, like Baila says. Yeah, you're not going to douche the AI or anything, right? You could always do that. You're 1050 and the Extreme AI gives you a good game. Alright, yeah. And of course that will vary on map quite a bit. If you put the Extreme AI on this set of maps we played today, I don't think it'll play very well. If you put it on islands or migration, it'll have a harder time playing and using the transport ships. That was one of the things the original game had. Migration could not actually be selected in multiplayer because the AI was so bad at playing it, you could only select it in single player. So, deer push from Benangi from pretty far away. Get bogged down in a big post-imp spam fight, it gets rough. Yeah, it does get rougher in post-imp, because then the individual ways you can out-micro the AI start not to pay off as much because of all the spam. Civ differences also become a bit more pronounced at that point, if you have a unit composition that loses to the AI's composition. There's Benangi up to the Feudal Age, and we'll have a scout fight here. As Feudal is there, and now the Feudal Scout will kill Dave Hun's scout, but Dave Hun, recognizing his late uptime, will acknowledge the futility of continuing to run. And simply stand and fight to take as much HP off of Benangi's scout as possible. So once again, this was a custom map scripting competition. The theme was non-square maps and impassable barriers. And this map features both of those. A flower is definitely not a square. And double bit axe there for Benangi. There's a barracks up, and market blacksmith, and some houses for Dave Hun, continuing to go along the side. Yeah, Benangi needs to wall him in again, right? He's walling very, very carefully. That was kind of game 3, too. Again, Dave Hun walling him in, and Benangi pushing. Yeah, I am thinking of, I'm still working on it. I need some time away from casting and map scripting to block out a couple hours and actually write code. But of updating my overlay, again, it would just be like putting an image over capture age. But to put, I'm thinking map name and also map author. Kind of like I did for Red Bull, but also the author. So TTL would say something like Flower Valley plus Jazauki. Kind of here, like map name in the main font, author right next to it in a smaller font. I've always wanted that bit to be on the UI. I think it'd be nice to include. So another farm here for Dave Hun, continuing to add farms around the TC. And a house there for Benangi. So look at Benangi's walls. Could go to the edge, and he'll be very compactly walled. Dave Hun not applying any pressure to the walls. I mean, maybe he's going FC crossbow, and his plan will be get castled and break through walls, but I guess it's not an FC. He doesn't have any food. Although, to be fair, with the Saracens, you are market away from going to the castle age pretty much at any time. And selling the stone and buying food, as you'd expect from the Saracens, adding in a few more farms. Some lovely water terrain mixture farms. Flat edge on one side, water edge on the other. This effect, I think, works better if the farms are fully on the water terrain. You aren't seeing a straight line on one side. And a blur on the other. So, but Angie trying to break through the walls, break through a bit earlier this game than you had in previous games. Koreans, I feel, simply need to hold on, and late game shouldn't really stand up to Saracens. Although, I mean, Saracens, they have a good late game. Mamluks should probably counter war wagons. Haven't seen that matchup in a while, but as long as they can close the distance, they should win. They have a good bit of HP, too. And then, Saracens still do have good siege, with the bombard cannon, siege engineers, siege onager, counterweights set of technologies. Water farms make you check your vision. You're like, yeah, is that the edge? Is this a bit too blurry with the masking they have going on? Blending them. So Skirms and Spears trying to break through the walls as the Vils losing some HP. They will run away. And fletching on the way for Benangi. Haven't touched ranked in a long time. Well, imagine if we could play custom maps like this in ranked. I bet people would really like that. I miss when you could do that on Boobly. And ooh, that tower hitting the Vil. That's gonna be a lot of walling underneath the tower. If Benangi ever garrisons that, could be a risk for Dave Hun. Dave Hun, actually, is he walled behind that? No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not walling in time. He is not walling in time. He's up to the castle age. But maybe not expecting the break-in so fast for just a few skirms? Maybe forgot he wasn't walled behind the house? He'll wall that up, but there's a hole. And a wall's no good if there's a single hole in it like that. Now he's getting in, but, he will rush the tower, and he could trap this army from the other side. And he's gonna do it, he's gonna do it. He will wall that up, he will wall that up. And this army now from Benangi is trapped, and the Vils will destroy the tower. So Benangi going in a bit too deeply without walling the tower. Lobby browser should just open Voobly. There were plans for that. There were plans for that death counter years ago. There were plans to have an acquisition of Voobly. That didn't go through. What I heard, the Microsoft side abandoned it. And there's a stable. Knights on the way for Dave Hun. And we'll have crossbowmen on the way also. And Skirm's taking some TC fire. They will run away. And now the crossbows are out for Dave Hun. Dave Hun also making some knights. Knight attacking the skirms. Vils attacking the tower. These will be Saracen crossbows for cleaning the tower if it does go up, but doesn't look like it will. 81% and already taking a ton of damage. One low HP hero villager. Can she finish the tower? 90%. 95%. Dave Hun not denying the tower? Killing the Vil, but we'll take the tower down immediately. He was just like, you know what, Benangi? Spend all the stone. Don't get any of it back by deleting. That tower goes down immediately. Knight will clean the skirms, but behind this, Benangi up to the castle age as the Knight kills some more skirmishers. All the skirms go down. And a couple of ranges up for Benangi. There will be another watchtower defending the gold. Needs to defend against Saracen crossbows that go rather quickly through walling. Especially palisades. You can't use palisades to wall out Saracen crossbows. You won the raffles for Voobly Premium. I won Voobly Silver once by winning a tournament. I'd have even won it twice, but that was years ago. I have no idea what it even did, but I won it. My last ranked game was 1 month ago. That's probably a team game. I haven't played 1v1s in months. It's been kind of discouraging to play team games, though, because of the Arabia bug. Hopefully the fix for that does get included in the DLC patch, but I'm worried that the patch is finished and finalized way before they'll include that fix. Lose your elo with 2 games. No, that's the problem. Whenever I play ranked, I play a couple games, and it doesn't matter if I win or lose. I stop playing, and then the elo decay lowers my elo. I went from 1900 to 1814 by winning games, and then having my elo decay. Which Arabia bug, haven't played it in a while. The one that makes it go out of sync in team, especially in team games. It's worse in team games. Mangonel comes forward. There are some archers defending the Mangonel. And the Mangonel will go for the skirms, but the skirms dodge. Ballistics on the way for Bananji, who's still trying to defend. And now that he has skirms, the question is when will he have fire lancers? Right now it's just skirms against the crossbows. But if Davon ever makes a play for Cav, then we'll probably see the fire lancers. Are we sure it's not just a widespread desync? Nope, it is actually a bug. It is very much a bug. There is ballistics on the way. Monks want to heal some skirms. Skirms have to dodge the Mangonel. 2 Mangonels are out for Dave Hun. And they will kill a skirm and keep pushing forward. Monk healing the skirms as some crossbows make their way forward, and a couple of vills will do an outpost. You never get it randomly. Not just everyone's avoiding it, but it might seem like they avoid it because it'll crash or go out of sync. And it might seem like a dodge, but it's not. It's really going out of sync. And from what I've heard, it was happening at a very high rate. And ooh, the skirms just dodge the Mangonels. Dodge the Mangonels. Defensive guard towers now for Bananji, trying to buy himself time to get them up. He's losing vills in the workshop as the skirms push the Mangonels back. That is a risky guard tower if the Mangonels were to dive, but they won't. 4 Mangonels is honestly the level where you could think about pushing guard towers with Mangonels, especially if you get a 5th. Repair all of them, have the repair vills in position. For now, just push the monastery. Koreans do not have redemption. They cannot convert Mangonels. So no risk of redemption there. Taking out the workshop to clear rocket cart production would actually be nice, especially with the crossbows behind to deal extra damage to it. And a quick dodge from Bananji. Is that workshop being repaired? But I don't think the repairs will be enough. And he will think about bringing the rocket cart back. And yeah, this thing sounds so much like a Star Wars weapon when it shoots. Never gonna unhear that. Shot 1. That's the thing about rocket carts. You gotta pause for a moment so it shoots the entire volley. Oop, only gets 2 shots off. Another rocket cart queued, but he's housed, and he gets a clear shot on the Mangonel. That's the advantage, though. They are better than Mangonels in the Mangonel fights. That's what I've heard from the pros, at least. What their general opinion seems to be. Channel points in the future? Nope, I turned them off. I'd want to avoid gamification as much as possible. No channel points. And Bill goes down to a Mangonel shot. And the Mangonel clears the rocket cart. Lower HP on the Mangonel now. And Vills will go to repair everything. We'll have Town Watch on the way for Dave Hun. And a few Vills running over to the wood lines. Lumber camp between both wood lines. Skirm's looking to break in. Oh, killing some Vills. Breaking through the palisade. On the other side, a knight finding a skirm and a Komodo dragon. Komodo dragon trying to eat that knight. Crossbows filling the rocket cart. And the cart goes down. So they go for archer play. Well, archer play for Saracens is to break through buildings. Helps deal with the walling. But it's also depending on the civ. The civ kind of determines the strategy. All the skirms for the Koreans, very cheap to add in. Saracens probably don't want to go camels against the Fire Lancer civ. They themselves aren't really a camel civ. I mean, aren't really a cav civ if the opponent doesn't have cav themselves, so they aren't going camels.
Yeah.
And Mangonel shots. Is Benanji paying attention? He is. He is. Dave Hun's still looking for that big Mangonel shot. Looks like he got a couple of monks and skirms there. Still would really like to splatter a huge army of skirms. 5-vil difference. As Benanji moves around to another pedal. Dave himself will need to acquire another pedal on the side too. And there's one pedal left. Unclaimed over in the west. And those skirms may be getting cornered by the Mangonels now. Push on the front, holding for a bit by the guard towers. The Mangonels could climb on a hill. Benanji, is he paying attention to the skirms? 2 Mangonels get a nice shot on the skirms. That's what Dave Hunt has been waiting for. Now there's a split, but that was a beautiful shot. Cleared a good number of skirms. Another shot, split away from. The Mangonels will get repaired, run back to the safety of the TC. And another nice shot on the skirms. Repair vills there in time. And well, a couple vills go down, but Dave Hunt clearing the skirms. He needs to get them out of the back of his base. And it looks like Benanji will maybe stop microing for the moment. Could have microed for a lot longer and been much more annoying. He'll pull back now, but the bulk of those skirms have taken down. Mangonel hits the rocket cart down, another Mangonel, another nice shot on the skirms, and Benanji falling apart. He can't micro skirms in 2 parts of the map at once. Looks like another Mangonel shot hit in the north. Dave Hun clearing everything with some nice attack grounds. Can't push the guard towers, but can claim the rest of the map. Where's that Mangonel going? Not going to run into the guard tower just yet. Oh, but he's dropping a castle. This is the get out of my custom map Showmatch castle. We'll clear both those guard towers. He is still down by 13 vills. Oh, but wait. We're going to have another castle drop. We'll have a castle drop at the front from Benanji. That's a safe castle, though. Dave Hun going for the more aggressive one. Benanji will lose this wood line. Wood could become a problem on this map. Kind of like that Caverns map, you don't have much wood towards the rear of the pedals. Especially in your starting base. Looks like the side ones have more wood. So both players have a side pedal at this point. And forward castle coming up for Benanji. As the castle here will try to shoot down some vills. And also shoot down some guard towers as the Mangonel goes for the blacksmith. Mangonel going for the tower, and the repairs will come in from the vill. And the tower goes down. It's a chicken castle. It is a chicken castle. But it's a castle that secures more stones. So there might be a non-chicken castle in the future. What could happen is a ram pops out from that workshop. Suddenly, we ram the gate and do the castle here. Or even better, not just war wagons, petards. One petard through the palisade gate. Bam, castle right there on the TC. That's going to have to be fast, though, as the castle clearing the guard towers with the Mangonels. This will be a good push, especially with repairs. And a couple of rocket carts keeping crossbows away. Workshop will be key for the defense. Benanji needs rocket carts and will need to win micro battles, and will have to be careful with the castle there to shoot rocket carts. He's diving the castle fire. Does get a Mangonel. He's still up by 23 vills. This push has to work, though, as we have Imp on the way now for Dave. Imp will mean Trebs. And now this workshop cleared by Mangonels. Rocket cart keeping the crossbows away. Workshop goes down. Carts come forward. Rocket carts come forward. And the Mamluk will hit vills on the stone mine. Imperial Age on the way for Dave Hun. Alright, that one Mamluk won't hold up to that many war wagons. More war wagons on the way. We will have Upsyung for the tower range and Treadmill Crane for Benanji. staying in the castle age with more stone. Now ready to do castles or more towers. Arbs and mangonels moving around the map. Dave Hun might need to do a castle of his own in his home base to defend. And right there's the forward castle from Benangi. Could be more forward, though. Could be a bit more forward. Forward enough. Will range the Imp TC, but I don't think it'll be in time to stop Imp. And now it's a 25-plus Vil lead for Benangi. Castle on its way up. And masonry coming in the university. Ram punching through the gate as the war wagons will hit the house. And that's ballistics and Imperial Age just about finished. Those on the side trying to run. Battering ram going through the houses. And at the same time, there's a mangonel push on this TC. Vil's in the middle of the TC. You have to be careful they don't get splattered. They'll try to do some guard towers. And right now the guard tower destroying the mangonels. And another guard tower needs to be garrisoned. That'll take the crossbows away. Ballistics is in. There's Dave Hun up to Imp, and he will pull back for the moment. Now his TC did at least get Imp, but won't last much longer. As that goes down, the war wagons will look for something they can kill inside and find nothing. Thank you, Chef Roto, for the follow. Welcome into the custom map contest stream. Some villas chopping the lumber camp on the back. They did not re-wall as they ran, though. A couple of houses there might have been very wise for Dave Hun, who now has to deal with 10 war wagons attacking his gold miners. Doesn't have any defenses or towers in the back for castles or anything. And these war wagons will kill the Vils, and looking at the Vil counts, Dave Hun does not have any despair, down by 30. Try to bring the skirms back. Benangi has the score lead, but he is stuck in castle as Dave Hun's an Imp. Brings the Treb forward and will look to clear castles with the trebuchets. Treb deploying atop the hill for the moment for a hill bonus against the guard towers. If Benangi ever does click Imp, and looking at the food count, he's almost there, will be able to get the free keep upgrade. And already has Upsion, so he'll just need Bracer for the final range. Dave Hun deletes the farms so that Benangi doesn't steal them. And he will get a TC in the far corner. Hope that Komodo Dragon doesn't stop it. There's the TC in the middle, as we'll have even more towers now from Benangi trying to control more of the map. Alright, that is too many circles for me. I'll have to turn those off. Too many circles. As the Treb tries to clear this tower, 8 HP left. War wagons will see the Vils on the gold and be, oh, hello, Vils. Don't mind that gold. And Imp is clicked for Benangi in the side TC, as the rest of those gold Vils are slaughtered by the war wagons, and more towers continue to creep forward around the edge of the map, trying to control everything. A few scurbs from Dave Hun, and as much as they are the best unit in the game, it feels like his eco is way too far behind, now almost a 40 Vil difference. And he's desperately adding TCs wherever he can find space. Skirms attacking the Vils. Vils losing some HP. And we'll now have leather archer armor on the way for Dave Hun. And an archery range on the way for Dave Hun. 2 ranges at the front. Skirms trying to fend off the war wagons. They'll go down. 6 HP on that TC. Good thing that's not the Imp TC. This is the Imp TC. That's nice and safe, as this TC will crumble down to dust. Benangi needs to only hit Imp and make his own Trebs, and I think then he'll likely have won the game. And he has even more towers. All these Korean towers do not stop. I'm at the point I might need to swap their sides on the scoreboard now, because Benangi's over to the west and Dave Hun's to the east. I like how the players walled themselves and then proceeded each to claim one of the petals, and then left this one unclaimed for a long time as Benangi moves there now, does an outpost to see everything. Well, thank you, Brian U52, for the follow. We are about 12 follows away from 15,000. Is Benangi up to Imp? And 1 Mamluk from Dave Hun raiding the Vils. But I don't think the Vils will survive much longer. And Valpajara, thank you for the follow. Vils going down, but maybe too little too late. Keeps here, they need some Bracer. They changed the color to dark gray. Of the color of what? To dark gray. Tower is being trebbed. Dave Hunt trying to hold the middle. He does have the exact middle, but you don't want to get into a scar war with the Koreans unless you're maybe Byzantines or Vietnamese or maybe Lithuanians or Dravidians. They have extremely cheap scarms. Oh, the player color itself? It is, I think, a bit darker than it was in AOC, where it's very light gray. I always use the dark gray player mod on Boobly. That was one of the go-to mods back in the day. And looks like things are just about over for Dave Hun, though, as the war wagons will clean the rest of his vills, and as much as that one m0re has done work on the farms, it won't compare to the force of 10 war wagons pillaging the economy and giving Benanji the win. So alternating maps, Benanji, Dave, Benanji, Dave, Benanji, that gives a 3-2 win for Benanji, and that was, I gotta say, that was a pretty interesting set of maps. Lots of unique mechanics from the barriers. That that Nomad start map was crazy with the walling. I really enjoyed that one. So 10k more res for Benanji. This certainly felt like it could be played as a normal map. Might need a bit more work. Maybe make the outside a bit more interesting. But I enjoyed that. That was a nicely done show match. So let me give here a 3-2 win for Benanji. And congratulations to him on the show match win. That was Koreans winning over Saracens for the final map. So congrats again to everyone who had their map winning a contest. Let me double check the list of winners. It was Zetnis, Jazowski, Jasuni, Death Counter, and Thyre. And thanks to everyone for playing. And GG's nice show match. And we're going to have a bit of a break, and then there will be more TTL. We have more TTL coming up. So stay tuned for that. It will be a Silver League set. It will be more versus, as I'm forgetting my notes again, check the schedule, more versus Nahue. That'll be up in about 20 minutes. So I'm going to take a quick break myself, and then we'll swap over to that. So thanks for watching, and stay tuned. Alright, let me set up my overlay now for TTL. So we'll clear that. This will be silver and play all 3. Get the logo up. Get rid of all of that stuff. And we'll get ready for the TTL drafts. I like the theme of the caverns map. To do more underground maps at some point. That's always been a cool AoE 2 map concept, to have the underground ones. Age of Mythology had all those underworld levels. And let's see, 12 minutes or so before the next set's supposed to start. m0re versus Nahue, so we'll just give it a bit of a wait until we get there. See if I can just cool down this accent color just a bit. Good cyan. Oh, beautiful cyan accent color. So we take a look at TTL standings. Where m0re really needs more wins. He really needs more practice on Zimbabwe to know always to go to the south. Right, where are we at? We are... going to... drafts, I think. Okay, yeah, still no drafts. No, that's fine. I was going to look at Wikipedia. That's what I was doing. Wikipedia. There. And I got confused because I need to do 2 browsers. Okay, open up the Silver League standings, and let's take a look at the standings. Over under that he bans Zimbabwe. Well, if he doesn't ban it, I'm sure his opponent will pick it right away. And actually, let me just get the scoreboard set up. Get the right players. This will be... m0re against Nahue 05. Oh, did I write 95 in the title? He's 05. Okay, I wrote 05 on Twitch. What did I write on YouTube? Double check I got my 05. Good. Okay. Got the player names right. That's always important. Get the player names right. So we'll check these standings, and we'll have more matches tomorrow. Chart survivalists. I'll either cast that live or as Rex at some point. And where are we at here? We'll have m0re, Nahue over here in Group D. m0re so far not having much success. Stark running away with the group. We casted Stark and Deeker last night. Nahue sitting at 3-3. Still has to face m0re, Stark, and Bad Koala. And the way Stark's been playing, Nahue's going to want to pick up as many wins as he can against m0re. Stark's looking like he's going to move up to gold, no question, next season. Not 9-0 so far, so guaranteed he will finish with a winning record. And I don't think he's clinched number 1, but it would have to be one heck of a collapse from him. Having gone through Bad Koala, who I thought was probably overall the best player here, I guess I'm gonna say Bad Koala probably finishes second now. I think Stark's absolutely dominating. And also Platinum will be starting next week. Let's take a look at Platinum. Stark and Say My Name both feel like they should be in gold. Definitely. A lot of silver players, I feel like they could definitely be gold players. And we'll see about the gold players, because some of the gold players, like Sorakuma, certainly looking to move up to Platinum. Jordan, Doubt, too. Dogao, even another Platinum level player. Your Group D. Group D feels... I don't know, I think Group D may be the weakest of all of these. Group A, lots of questions about how well will Valessa play, what type of shape he's in, but he did win 3-0 earlier against Overtaken. Daniel right now leading his group at 4-2. So most of the other players still need to play their second round, though. So let's see if Turs can manage to turn stuff on against Kasva this week. And that is the point of the leagues, yes. It is indeed the point of the leagues. Part of me wonders if 6 players is maybe too many. Maybe we should go 5 players. Z40 is at 0-0, hasn't managed to play yet. Did he not play against Kapach? I guess Kapach just played Sorkuma. And then Platinum will be starting next week. Any of them could win that. Platinum. So Hera got the tough group, and Viper, I'm gonna say, got the easy group. Not that any of these players are easy, but Hera, Hart, Yo, Vinchester all in the same group feels crazy. Hera, Hart, Vinchester, Yo, and Siscon and Lucho, they are gonna have a tough time staying in Platinum. I think they have their work cut out for them. So I'd imagine that's Hera first, Yo second, Hart and Vinch fighting. I don't know, Vinch could be second too. And so the 4 players fighting for the top 4 spots, and Lucho and Siscon, unfortunately, I think, suffer through being relegated. Group C, ACCM, Andy, Lewis, Nika running Sebastian. ACCM probably the favorite. Running, I'd say, probably the weakest of that group, just looking at it. But we do have a lot of clown maps and walled maps, which should favor running. So he might be able to do something surprising, pull some upsets. Group A, Leary probably the favorite. You had to question what type of shape Tato's in. I mean, Tato... I could envision Tato finishing behind MBL and Barles. Maybe finishing behind Lix or Repard, a bit unexpected even still for Tato. But I think it's fair to question what shape he'll be in, especially with the GL dissolving. Don't know what Tato's next plans are. And then Group D, Viper. How did Viper... What are these map hacks he's now extended to draw hacks? Yeah, I feel like Sato's his best competition there. Dark's done extremely well in TTL in the past, so maybe his practice habits are something he's figured out well. But I think that's Viper's division. Far and away, Viper division. Yeah, Group C, I think anyone could finish anywhere. The map pool certainly does help running out this season. Group B is crazy, though. It also benefits Andy. Well, he did play Stronghold Frenzy, so he is familiar with some of the clown maps we used. Same thing for Doubt and Gold. He should be familiar with Tulo, even if it is Regicide. And also with the Zimbabwe. Yeah, I know, poor Siscon in Group B. Poor Siscon in Group B. Poor Lucho, too. Lucho, if he were in any other group, I think, would have a legit shot at top 4. Here, I think he's a 5th. And it's hard to make an argument for Lucho over Hera, Hart, Venture, Yo. You'd have to pull some crazy upsets. And it's not probably enough to beat only one of them. I think you have to beat a couple of them to have a shot at 4th. Lucho, Siscon. I think they're very in a very unfortunate group for them. Yeah, I mean, Lucho's certainly talented, but he hasn't broken through. Hart started to have some more breakthrough performances in the last year. He's moving up, I think, from where he used to be. Yeah, what is Group B? That's what I'm asking, Dancing Cactus. Hera, Vinci, Yo, and Hart. Hera, Vinci, and Yo could legit be top seeds now. Let's see. We should be getting a draft soon, though. Where's the draft? Here's the draft. Oh, he hasn't started yet. Mode, yep, don't see it yet. Hera might finish fourth in that group. That's I mean, yeah, Hera legit might finish fourth, right? It's certainly not the expectation for Hera to finish fourth, but it is a possibility for him. Well, one or two losses here and there can really shake stuff up. Remember, Hera did, I think, lose a set to Andy once and then finished second in a group before. If I recall the previous TTL, there was a Fractal game where he thought he was winning, made some outposts, and suddenly started losing. When you're home map 5 times, then find a way to snatch a couple of wins elsewhere to survive the group of death. Oh, well, for some of these players, it's more than surviving. You need to at least finish top 3 to make the playoffs. And the playoffs are best of 5s for the round of 12 in the quarterfinals, then best of 7s for the finals and semifinals. And first place is 7,500 for overall in Platinum. Also, 30 USD for every map win for Platinum. 20 for every win in Gold. And 10 for every win in Silver. And that's for a total of 15 games they play. We beat Hera, freaking Andy beat Hera last season. An uphill battle. Oh, yeah. You're gonna have to find your hill bonuses in that division. And okay, we have the drafts. So Nahue will actually be on the left. Fix that. Nahue is actually using his name without the L, so I'll do that. He's included the L sometimes and not included the L sometimes. Let me just remove the L from the titles. And Dark did finish top 4 last time, but he lost to Leary at one point, I think. I think that was it, he lost to Leary. These drafts, where'd these drafts go here? Just getting started on the civs they are. Bring up the drafts. Boom. Dark and Viper's group, I think, and Dark won that group? I think he won that group. And so African River will be game 1, Slopes the home map for m0re, and Stranded the home map for Nahue. Nahue not picking Zimbabwe. He actually banned Zimbabwe at the end. I think maybe he needs to do his scouting and realize m0re doesn't know how to play Zimbabwe. He's resigned in under 5 minutes, both of his games. The latter timed out for a ranked game. Dark won 3rd, so yeah, he must have won the 3rd place match then, last TTL. He won until he had to face Hera and Leary. Preparation plays such a nice role in TTL. I think a good set of preparation would prepare everyone well. And probably matter more than absolute elo. So Malay for more, Georgians for Nahue, Romans for more. Malay and Romans. Are Huns banned? No ban on the Huns. Huns are a great stranded civ because of the Hunnic horse with which they start after they construct the TC. And they can collect all the buffaloes and scout. And Bloodless, hello Bloodless. No clown maps this map pool though. 3 normal maps. The silver logo isn't centered, is it? No, it's not. I'll update the scoreboard at some point and get the logos properly centered. Gold logo. Gold logo is more centered than the silver logo is. Look at that. Silver can move over slightly. There we go. When does Platinum start? Next week. Next week. If you saw Hera's stream this weekend, he's been practicing the maps. So I'm gonna have probably one more update to the map pool today to fix some final bugs I had noted. And then hopefully that's it as far as map pool updates go. I'm hoping that this squashes the rest of the bugs. We've gotten a couple of reports here and there. There are a couple of things that are kind of tricky to work out fully in map scripts. So we might have a couple of cases where admins are aware and they'll need to be on the lookout for rees, but we're basically done with the maps. Yeah, and the random goths at the end of the draft. More is like, you know what, I'm done with this map draft. I know what civs I'm going to play. The goths, they'll be there. They'll be there at the end. I'll random a civ. And whatever I random, fate will decide. And Nahue ends up with the Shu at the end of his draft. So Georgians, Italians, Khitans, Vietnamese, and Shu for Nahue. That feels like a darn good draft. Probably Georgians for African River, Khitans for Slopes, and Italians for Stranded. We've seen Vietnamese on Stranded, on Slopes. On Slopes quite a bit too. More probably goes Romans on African River, Malay on Stranded, and Wu on Slopes. Could go Malians on Stranded or Slopes. And Soren's Corner, thank you very much for the follow. As we are now at 14,991 followers. Very close to 15k. And Ovs, with 3 Z's, thank you also for the follow. Your name isn't capitalized in the alert. That's weird. Thank you, Stream Elements. 14,992 on the follows. Unless that updated out of sync and you were 14,991. Either way, we were closing in on 15k. Thank you so much. Oh, now it updates. Alright, 8 more follows. You think you'll go Wu on Stranded? I've seen some Huang-like pushes on Stranded, and either Wu or Malians could do that. Malay could also be Slopes, or African River. I still think Roman's probably for African River. I mean, Goths on Stranded with extra food from the elephants, or even African River could be nice. Oh, and Lily Bear, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. We're about to get started with the TTL cast. We have Nahue and m0re in the Silver League. And hello, In Green Heaven, how you doing? I still need to try to catch some of those Nomad games. Hello, good luck with the stream. Well, thank you very much. Hope that you had a great stream, Lily. And let me double check the spectator dashboard to make sure I'm not missing the game. Alright, they're in the lobby. m0re has picked the purple color. So let me give you a shout out. Oh, and it's a good thing I started Capture Age because I realized I didn't even leave the previous game I was in. Still in that custom map. So, thank you very much for the raid. Everyone go check out Lily Bear. Feels like this is an early stream for her. I usually see her streaming later on. But she's a good late night stream in my time zone, at least. Made it to the semifinal of Division 2 of the Nomad League. Nice, nice, nice. We got 2 cooked last night, so it's an additional uncooked stream. Got it. Oh, it's a 2v2 nomad. Nice, nice, nice. You ended up getting recooked. Oh, no. Alright, lobby up. And for elos for these players, they're both around 2k4. Nahue's 2443, and m0re, as they launched, his elo updated, and now he's 2k5. He's 2514. There goes my saying they're around 2k4. They're both around 2k5. There. Dashboard updated at the last second as they launched the game. Soon you'll need to be decooked, defrosted, overcooked. Hello, Arbase. Arbase ready to do some adminning while watching the stream. Oh, Arbase, did you get a chance to look at the Coast Arena I sent you? I'm just looking for anything missing from the middle at this point. Oh, JBR is doing that. The adminning? Yeah, it looks good. Alright, alright. Who's JBR, then? I don't want JBR telling me your relic's missing when it's not missing again. Didn't do more than 5 gens? Alright. I did a few dozen gens. But a few dozen often isn't enough. A few dozen didn't catch the missing stone. So I had to do a few hundred this time. Who can make the worst water map? Pacific Islands already exists. As does Mangrove Jungle. Aqua Arena legit is the best water map. Some legendary Arbase in the chat. Best water map, though. Water Nomad, by far. Yeah, Aqua Arena was the most amazing map for Thalassocracy. It was the only map where you actually got to see all the civs instead of, or all the ships, instead of just Hulk only, or Hulk plus Galley. Maybe if it actually worked? What's broken about it? It's actually working. Alright, so here we are. More picked purple, so I'll just put Nahue in the red. And Zebra... Actually, no, that's bad, isn't it? Nahue can be in... Oh gosh, what am I doing? You can be purple too. You can be yellow. Does that work? Maybe I should just go red and blue. Oh my gosh, I'm misclicking everywhere. Alright. m0re will be red. Okay, m0re will be in the red to the west. Nahue will be in the blue to the east. Malians versus Italians, the two alien civs. So, watch out for aliens. You might be abducted. Maybe someone goes for a lame and tries to abduct a rhino. Aquamichi, where the center is about 10 tiles of dividing, like a mangrove forest. Then forest for like 7 tiles to prevent early docking. Well, Aquamichi sounds like it would be water nomad with mangrove terrain on both sides, and then the mangrove trees being the wall down the middle. Then maybe some like splashes of beach terrain among the mangrove trees for future docking. Houseboat Island, but the rest is water nomad. Oh my gosh, you guys. Well, one day we'll have to do a stream where you guys give me map ideas, and we just very quickly sketch out maps with those ideas. Houseboat Sudden Death is a great Arbase. Houseboat Sudden Death is great. So, what are these two civs going to do? They're good hybrid water civs. The Malians have the cheaper docks. I also did double check. Each of the sides on this map can consistently have spots where players can dock block. So if you do 2 back-to-back docks, you can block off passage and stop someone from sailing. Can be a way to keep your fish safe. We've also seen forward docks and aggressive fires. And there's a lot to manage on these hybrid maps, making sure your docks are safe and you're destroying your opponent's fish while also fighting in the middle with men-at-arms. Some ideas we can use for TTL6. I've had a couple ideas that I don't know are possible, but I have them for their Brazil Dynasty maps. That'll be once we get the creator preview for the new DLC. I'm going to start map scripting and cooking up some ideas. Canoe nothing? How about fence nothing? I'm sure T90 would love those. ring nothing? What is ring nothing? Petard nothing? Now, petard nothing is what happens if one of my maps breaks. I spawn a saboteur on every single tile with 0 HP to auto-defeat the players. And then they have to admin restart. So, yeah, Nahue not taking the Rhino. We saw that on Tulo the other day. We had a player who took neither of their boars. Neither of their boars. They were awkwardly both in little unscouted patches that they didn't see. Ring Nothing is T90 #1 video on YouTube since it makes it all into auto playlists. Oh, okay. I've never seen that. Rhinos are overrated? They got 400 food. 400 food isn't overrated. So, similar opening from both players. Going for a dock, each in the top of the map, opposite sides. And now we look for, will they do a barracks or will they just go up? And yes, Nahue not taking the Rhino yet is a bit stressful. Does he have some plan that he's going to click up as the Italians and he doesn't need the Rhino in the Dark Age, so he'll save it for Feudal? That's very risky on this map. You're so close. You could easily be lamed. He's lucky that Nahue didn't scout that. Oh, or that m0re didn't scout that. I wonder what m0re is going to do. Oh, finally he's taking it. Finally Nahue's taking it. I guess he just knew he could save it for later. Wasn't too stressed. Wanted to take the shorefish first. Or take some of them, at least. Take the zebras. Maybe more worried about the zebras so we could use the scout in Feudal. Wouldn't want to mess with a Rhino ever. They are scary. They sound scary. Nessie nothing. Ooh. They're tasty. Maybe it's worth a fight. Okay. I don't know if my chat is trolling me about ring nothing. Let's see. m0re might steal buffaloes. No, he's going to turn around. He'll turn around. One more Vil and then Feudal for him. Feudal clicked already for Nahue. Cheap Feudal is the Italians. He'll have a good bit of food stockpiled. And by the looks of it, just walling up, not going for a barracks. There are shallows out here, so you can wall to them, but obviously walk around the dock. Risky, though, because of demos. And you also have to be careful for holes in the acacia forests. Nahue still missing a tile of walling there. You can trade with a neutral Nessie? What? It's crazy. Ring nothing is like forest nothing, but alternating rings of wood, berries, gold, and stones. Oh, okay, okay. I played a stone nothing map once. Harry T remembers that. So here comes the aggression from m0re. Adding in the barracks, and on the way up, adding in militia, sending a Vil forward, preparing for a tower rush. Question is, will Nahue see that tower rush? We have seen some instant town watch upgrades in a couple of games. And we're actually not for a tower, no, for a forward dock. Alright, forward dock from m0re. Won't instantly have a fire. But nice job to get the dock added in along with the barracks. And it will be a defensive range for Nahue, who, if he commits to the range, might not be able to commit to fires on the water. What we don't see yet is a fire galley from m0re. m0re, if he were to do a fire right now, would be able to join it up with the dock and then have two fires hitting the fish at about the same time. Part of me also wonders about a demo ship. You try to micro something on the land, so your opponent has to repair a different spot, and then bam, you go for the demo on the villager. That single tile peak would make the most perfect tower spot. Be a good idea to build a watchtower on that hill, once more advanced to the feudal age. And the men-at-arms deciding we are 4 men-at-arms, that TC doesn't have all that many Vils in it. Let's go, grab the buffaloes and head right on through. That's the risk of water maps. You don't have enough Vils to garrison the TC, and all of a sudden, what a lame, m0re losing. Oh, that is a shame he lost the scout. Nahue will get the buffaloes back. Oh, that was so close to getting all the buffaloes. And that if you get the buffaloes and then hit your opponent's fish, oh my gosh, you're probably taking Nahue out of the game there. You're forcing some crazy quick walls now. You can't just walk around. You're gonna force Nahue to wall the entire thing. I'll have to send a Vil back as he gets on the water. One demo. Will the demo be in time to hit the men-at-arms? This could be a big demo. From now, oh my gosh, it's gonna be there in time. Archer forcing the men-at-arms. They have to run onto land. The demo comes from behind, and it gets them! He gets all 4 of them as they were chasing the archers. Oh no, disaster for m0re. At least he's destroying the fishing ships, but he lost 4 men-at-arms to 1 demo. Oh, boom. We can see their non-skeleton corpses fading into the ground. Oh, there goes his feudal age pressure, and also here come the buffaloes. It was almost amazing for m0re had he gotten away with the buffaloes and then not ran into the demo. Perfectly timed demo from Nahue. m0re stayed on the shallows just a bit too long. Needed to chase the archers inland, tried to chase them onto the shallows, but did not work out for him. Yeah, he was doing so well before that. So it's like these little tiny things like that. Tiny things, losing the scout to the TC. That happened. And now m0re sending a Vil over to another pond. He is looking for another dock. And at the very least, he is destroying some fishing ships. And it's 30 to 29 Vils. 4 men-at-arms versus 1 splody boat. Vil walling himself on the dock as a scout and a few archers come over. And Scout will die to some skirms as the spear wants a poke. And the Scout goes down. And the new on the new patch, the men-at-arms probably lose 5 HP total. Oh my gosh. If demos are too bad, we might have to mod the TTL maps to fix them. Oh, actually, I need to remember. I need to put my TTL logo on. And then also update the scoreboard. This is TTL Silver and TTIL. TTL. Defreakano, that is more than demos. Demos won't even appear. We'll probably go without seeing a single demo. How are the new maps? The show match was fun. The show match was fun. Or for a scripting contest where the idea is just make an interesting map, it was a lot of fun. Caverns felt like an interesting map that with a couple of tweaks could probably be used as a normal map. Yeah, the flower one, it's the same. The other ones were kind of gimmicky, but fun in their own right. So on the water, at the very least, m0re has disrupted the fishing ships, and he is up first. Has a couple hundred more res collected. And m0re needs his own demo on those archers. We need to see a demo coming out of that dock. Also, Arbase, how do you feel about the reeds on this map? I'm just realizing there are a bunch of reeds on the beach. Usually I remove those. If the dock's like a tile away, sometimes stuff can get trapped. Like oh, actually right here, you can see a ship being trapped by the reed. But I guess it's fair the players can scout them and not dock next to them. Yeah, there aren't any shorefish on the map. Yeah, reeds are on beaches on a lot of maps, and I always remove them. So I find they kind of make docking more annoying than it's worth. So archers from Nahue pushing into the wood line, and m0re will bring his skirms over to defend this. Nahue does click up, but just shy of 2 minutes slower. Okay, here's the demo. Here's the demo. Can m0re get some revenge with his own demo on the scouts? His fishing ships are blocking the demo. The archers are coming over. He's going for 1 scout, and that could have been much better than it was. At least it got a scout. That was almost a good demo that turned into a bad demo. I do not require that. I do not remember that one, Bob. I do not recall that one. And skirms fighting the archers. Archers should be cleaned by m0re's knights. Fire destroying a couple of fishing ships. And this looks like it'll be cleaned. No demo coming over to destroy the knight. Maybe, oh, this is where another demo could be useful. But the archers will just run. In the middle, we'll have a forward workshop for m0re. Let's go. He's looking to be aggressive. Castle Age on the way for Nahue. Feels demo, man. On in-game Nomad, there... Oh. Yeah, the in-game... The DE Nomad has a lot of things that are kind of annoying right now. Especially with the chicken scouts. And the whole shoreline fish weirdness. Oh, also, Low Elo Nobody, I didn't see that earlier. Thank you for the follow. And Lessel637, thank you for the follow. Number 14,994. So close to 15k. And Knight here attacking the archers. Archers going down. And that'll be a nice clear up from more. Both players still on only one TC. We'll have a market from Nahue as the mangonel pressure starts to commence. There's a nice hill in front of Nahue's base for more to take. And Zuvalal1, thank you for the follow. 5 followers away from 15k. Had the realization the other day that TTL Silver was its institutional in concept. The league feels more valuable than Platinum in this sense. And JAMPCK, thank you very much for the follow. I want to say like jam-packed. Okay, we've been jam-packed with follows today. So Knight clears out of Mangonel, and we'll have a monastery here for more. And more Knights come forward. Defensive monastery, but very far forward. Both of these are good monk civs. Both of these are good monk civs. Mangonel hits the Vil. For more, that'll be... Let's see. Mullions only miss Illumination and Imp. And Italians will miss Heresy. So for more... Potentially the better monk tech tree. Mangonel hitting some Vils, and Nanch, thank you for the follow. Anon-CH, thank you very much for the follow. Vils getting killed by the Mangonel, more taking a good Vil lead. And fire hitting the other fires on the water. Yeah, no, if we could snooze the ads this time, I'll play in between the games. I forgot to play after the Civ Draft. It's my bad. And Knight going down. Hope we make the end of the game. Let's see. We should have 15 minutes IRL time, so I think we'll be good. And if not, then it's long enough. Then would have had to snooze him anyway, probably. Mangonels try to hit the monk as he runs to the TC. They're still attacking the TC. And this is some good pressure. This is where I'd almost like to see Nahue do a dock and then demo the Mangonels. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you, too. Happy start of February. Looking forward to spring training at the end of the month. So Crossbow's wandering around the back. His m0re to run his Vils to avoid them. No ballistic, so they're not too deadly just yet. In the back on the water, it looks like we've had a forward dock as Nahue starting to take some more control with the fires. Knight's stuck on a house in the back. m0re's forgotten about them. He's running forward with a Mangonel. And the Knights will look to get in. Look to get into those wood choppers on the back. This is open. Nahue should realize that because it sent a Vil out to that back TC. The Knights get in and realize there's a hole. They can do some damage, but m0re not quite picking up on the hole and will just attack a palisade. The Dodgers are in their Hera era. I guess Viper's in his Yankees era of was once good, but now being destroyed by the new flashier, warmer climate. Oh, and Giant Apple. That's a blast from the past. Thanks for using your Prime sub.
Attila, coward, fight and earn your right to rule.
Ooh, that missed. As the Mangonel goes down to the Knights. Had a B tier offseason. Didn't even sign the best starting pitcher. Only signed the #1 position player free agent. Oh, the Knights did get in. The Knights did get in. They did go through the hole. That was never plugged up from Nahue. He didn't realize the hole was there. And now he's taking some damage from the Knights. He gets one conversion and brings the crossbows back. That's crossbows that have to be back instead of forward. He's pulling pretty far ahead in score. It looks like he'll snipe a monk. And now, while he is pressuring the front with the knight, he's getting the crossbows into the back where they can camp the farms away from the tower. Did I see the Viper video? He did not get paid. He eventually did get paid. Yes, I did see that. The m0re an AoE 2 save. What would it be? There's the GG for more. And Nahue takes it 1-0. So, despite the nice raid, he fell behind a bit too much. He needed that demo to hit something earlier. Then maybe he would have had some earlier castle pressure. Could have brought the knights forward. Maybe wouldn't have been falling so far behind an eco if there were fewer archers to turn to the crossbows. But I think well done from him. That was one of the closer civs. I mean, one of the closer matches. Mets would probably just be... They'd be like the Sicilians. They keep getting nerfed. I saw I was live by chance and thought I'd leave your prime set. Well, thank you, thank you. Oh, yeah, you're still a moderator. Look at that. Your power is here. All right, now make sure to do the ads between the games. Boom. All right, so that's 1-0 for Nahue. He will win African River. And it will be a win of the Italians over the Malians. The aliens matchup. You just got the aliens joke? Yeah, it's the end. Italians, Malians, they're spelled the same way at the end. Alright, so what do we have next? Our lovely... Oh my gosh. Well, this is probably not what Happy Leaves expected, but I moved my dashboard from one monitor to the other. And now it's all messed up. Let's show you what's happening on the dashboard. Wait, I gotta display capture my other monitor. I don't know if moving it will disrupt the mayhem I'm seeing. Welcome to OBS. Display capture this one. Yeah, we somehow moved from one monitor to the other, and now the lines on the dashboard have gone from one side to the other on 1440p. Oh, that is beautiful. That's a work of art. All right. Let's put the dashboard back on the main monitor where that fixes itself. And get into Stranded. Yeah, maybe like Ethiopians, a civ that feels better on paper than it actually is in reality. So we'll put more back into the red, and someone translate for this for me. What are they saying? What are they saying? That is a TC. Oh my gosh. And Karina Barra 27, thank you for the follow. Oh, we're now at 14,999 follows. You might have been 15,000. Wait, let's see if the counter updates. Oh, dude, he did mess up. What did he think he was TCing? I mean, he has so much vision. He can see everything. Now I asked, what did you do? Oh, no. Oh, forward TC from Nahue. This is where you usually should build the TC. I mean... You'll be slightly ahead in vills. You'll have constructed it faster. You'll need a lumber camp anyway. And we're set 11. All right. All right, well, forward lumber camp for more. As the buffalo are taken underneath this TC. And this will be Stranded. An old Trezini map we had resurrected for Wandering Warriors Cup, I think it was. And it's now a standard map in the game, but a bit different because you start on an island with a transport. And can also play a 3+ hour game, if that Matza game was any indication. TTL has a good, I mean T90 has a good long stranded game on his channel. Give each player a junk to trade with? Yes, and we removed that. It was really silly, and we removed it. So now they start with a fishing ship. We were thinking of starting them with a transport ship, but figured that wouldn't be too useful on the map, so we went with the fishing ship. I'm still not sure about that decision. It might have been better not to give players a ship at all. But it does give you a slightly different build, where you want to go for the dock as fast as you possibly can to start fishing. So this is the TC. Our base told me that JBR was adminning this set, and now Petito's here in the chat too. All the admins wanting to do more admin work. Yeah, a bit more on pace on a slow opening. Oh, and JBR's here too, look at that. Chilling. And we'll have a second dock from Nahue out here on the water. Why is T90 slacking? I don't know. He casted already today. Oh, nice. Elephant lore. How much do either of these players play Rage Forest? Rage Forest skills are very useful here and on Zimbabwe for luring in extra elephants or rhinos. Those skills are very, very useful. And successful lure from m0re. Horse would have also been fine for vision gathering. But then you can collect all the buffaloes. This is more of a nomad map, where we didn't want that. Asking for the pop here. Not the same pop, actually.
I'll take it.
Behind in fishing ships, but ahead in vills. He's like, alright, I'm not too far behind. Excellent. Oh, man. m0re. Also, he resigned in under 2 minutes because he sent his vill the wrong way on Zimbabwe. So, saving energy for platinum. Start. Hey, that's true. T90's gonna have a lot of platinum. Platinum's easy, though. That's just Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And it's at set times. Doesn't need much energy for that. Oh, is it Friday through Monday? Okay, Friday through not Thursday through Sunday. Friday through Monday. That'll start next week. So that it won't be at a whole bunch of random times like gold and silver. And Buffalo, okay. Almost gets a nice lure. 3 AM starts.
什么？准备就绪。
Yo and ACCM will do it. You can do it too. So hills for Nahue, taking the elephant under the TC, and more houses going up. We wall on up to the edge. Georgians on this map, I think, are great if you get a fortified church up here on the hill. Basically means you can't be pushed then. And Georgian buildings on a hill, especially the church, oh, that's going to be insanely easy to repair and hard to destroy. So we'll have a 24 to 33 Vil difference. Good lead for Nahue, but that's because m0re decided to go up more quickly than Nahue. And still a bit behind in fishing ships too. Nahue with the slow, long Dark Age invested into a ton of fishing ships. And now as the woo, what will m0re do? It will be galleys. Looks like 2 galleys, double dock galley production. And has to be careful that he'll have to move the lumber camp around.
何种命令？
And villagers on the way out of the TC. Few more palisades coming in from Nahue. And it'll be walling up the edges. House destroyed and then rebuilt. And that wall at the edge just about finished. And looks like Nahue should be completely safe against any land pressure. It is back docks from m0re, so it will take a while to sail forward, but he is going 1 galley around each side, checking for the location of the fishing ships, and still in the Dark Age is Nahue, who will probably have to make fires as soon as he tries to pop down his buildings. There's a stable right away, stable and blacksmith. Well, if he makes fires, he will slow down his castle age timing, so he probably doesn't even have the gold for that as the galleys come forward. Double bit axe on the way. That might slow down the castle age timing too, depends on how much food he drops off. And Town Watch. Alright, Town Watch. But the water's really what he has to watch, as in come the galleys from both sides. Only 2 galleys, though. That's all you really need for sniping fish, but you could, of course, snipe more fish with more galleys. And we'll see how disruptive this will be. 6 arrows from a galley to sink a fishing ship. 6 arrows. I have 2 galleys on each side. So you usually want galleys either in pairs or triples to snipe the fishing ships in 3 or 2 valleys respectively. And now with the Vil on the outside, Nahue will try to run, maybe delete a palisade and run forward. We're just taking a shorefish out there. See what she's going to end up doing. And now the fire ships are queued, but because he needed the gold to click up to the castle age, was a bit delayed in getting them out. And now we'll start losing some fishing ships because of this. And with only 1 fire, m0re might even decide simply to run forward. And he's going to micro and try to fight it. I don't particularly like that with only 2 galleys. 4 galleys with fletching, I think that'd be okay. But castle age now on the way for m0re. He'll only be about a minute behind, and did disrupt the fish quite a bit. There's the second fire, or the follow-up fire. Maybe that is a good follow-up then, if it's going to push a fire away. And the galleys can go snipe the fishing ship low HP on the side. And yeah, it will be another forward dock with that Vil, trying to get more room for the fishing ships to run away, as Nahue is buying time to get fires out. Oh, imagine a demo hitting all those fish on all those fishing ships. At 4 galleys plus upgrade, they beat fire galley. If you micro them, it's usually somewhere like 4 to 6 galleys with fletching. And if you micro well, you'll beat the feudal age fire galleys quite efficiently. But if you have some fires in front, that helps too. The fire galley itself, though, isn't as good at sniping the fishing ships as the normal galley is, but once you upgrade to fire ship, they become very, very threatening to fishing ships. Lots of secret bonus damages behind the scenes that swap as you upgrade. And that's 1 fire down and a second fire down from Nahue. And let's go m0re. m0re has not managed to win a game yet. He is the opposite of undefeated. He is unvictorious. And this, even after the TC, looks like so far maybe his best shot with all the disruption he's done to those fishing ships. And give the guy some belief. And Hungwhale0, thank you for the follow. You are follower number 15,000. Woohoo, we hit the goal, chat. We hit the goal. Undefeated. Now that's what Legless Alex is. Alright. Scouts, don't quite hit the Vils. You feel special? You are special. 15k party? I didn't have anything planned for 15k. That's what all the sub-goals were for. We already hit the sub-goals. You deserve the Wood Raider cosplay? Hey, I've been doing physical therapy on my shoulder for a couple months, our base. We're almost getting to the point where I can work on that cosplay in earnest again. So, Vil's going down to a scout. 1 Vil goes down. A couple Vils are weak there. The scouts are still hoovering a bit. Looks like things on the water are starting to turn around until the War Galley upgrade comes in for m0re. He really does want to wait until the demo ship upgrade finishes. Then maybe he can come back and disrupt the fish again, especially with the demos. And more houses being added in on the wood line to keep the scouts away. War Galley just finishing there. Now he's on to fire ships. Has a spear to push the scouts away. It is castle for both, and now a fortified church on the entire land economy for Nahue. You have so many Vils near your starting TC that the fortified church is an insane boost for them. Do you get a free bag of salmon? Next time you play in a community event, I'll rig the map to give more salmon for you. How about that? Yeah, great fortified church. And the hills should have room atop them for doing TCs or other flat ground area things, such as workshops. And we do see Nahue adding in the forward workshop. Bowsaw on the way for him. So far, still up 41 to 34 vills because he has 9 fishing ships alive. And a mangonel on a hill will hit the wood line. 2 vills go down. m0re is not noticed. He's not managed to run the vills yet. And, oh, that's a lot of dead vills. It's a lot of dead vills. As they run away. Oh, those were some good mangonel shots. Another mangonel coming out soon. And m0re adding in a second TC. Scout's not going to be in time to deny that. Going for a monk defense. No one with any relics yet, but that's an 11 to 3 KD now for Nahue. And a Gen Swordsman. And the Gen Swordsman will try to take out the mangonel. And with no repair available, will probably be successful. Especially with a monk and a spear over here to do some poking. Spear the one doing the poking, the monk just converts and heals. That's a mangonel down, mangonel shot, gets the spear, but the spear still gets a poke off on a scout. I think it did at least, might have just went down. Has played a version of the map before? I don't know, has he been in tournaments that have used it? I don't know if he has. It has been in the ranked pool on DE, but that's a different version of it. Now, he is forward, still has some fire ships if he wants to destroy fishing ships, but he's falling farther behind in economy. And that's hard to recover against the Georgians once they get to this point in the game and have their churches added in. Monk here wants a conversion. One Gen Swordsman going down. There are quite a lot of different versions and starts. Yeah, that's true too. Whether it's the junk version, or the fishing ship version, or the DE island transport version. Okay. New Civ bonus for the Woo. Monasteries act as farm drop-off points. Forgotten Empires runs out of ideas. That's what they can do next. He did build the dock right away. Got a bit confused about TC locations. The wood line and the gold is consistent. You always will be able to TC there. You might get lucky and have a closer wood line if you don't want to go for the gold, but the wood line and the gold always will be there. Monasteries can train skirmishers that can carry relics and heal like warrior priests. Does converted Georgian Cav auto heal? If you are another player and you convert the Georgian Cav, then yes, they retain the healing. The Gen Swordsman will destroy a mangonel. As the knights come forward, that mangonel will go down. m0re so far so good with defending this. He's fallen pretty far behind in eco, as we now are up to 13 fishing ships for Nahue, who has continued adding in more fishing ships after the initial push off of the water from those feudal raids. But he's also fished almost all of the fish in the sea. And that fishing ship is a lot of wood. Or that fishing ship economy is a lot of wood for something that's very inefficient. Do Georgian Gen Swordsmen heal? So if they are converted, what happens is whenever they cross the threshold of when they swap from one unit to another, they lose the original Civ bonus and gain the Civ bonus of the new Civ. So if you have a very weak Gen Swordsman that you convert, it heals until it surpasses that threshold, and then it swaps to a Georgian Gen Swordsman and gains the Georgian upgrades, which for infantry are nothing. If it were, say, well, I guess it would receive, I don't know if the unit minus damages, that might be a Civ property. If it were, say, a Japanese Gen Swordsman, you convert it when it's low HP, it heals, and then it passes the threshold, it no longer heals, but now it attacks faster. Yeah. And I think you could, let's say you want to swap the bonuses over, I think you could mangonel Gen Swordsman so they drop below the threshold to force them to change, and then have a monk heal them back up. Have a bunch of high HP Gen Swordsmen. Not sure if the Burmese attack bonus or Aztecs with the Garland Wars would apply. But I think, the healing definitely stops, and I think other Civ bonuses would. You're converting a Gen Swordsman armor with the Japanese. On Nahue, trying to get in more, almost quick walling everything, and in the last second he does. Needs some more HP, but keeps the knights out. And he's clearing some of these forward houses, still trying to push. Now the fortified churches are in the middle of the map. Not quite where I first was expecting it, but still will be a pain to push. Right at the edge of that hill. And the swordsman still attacking a knight. He'd love to push with them. But Georgian's one of the most tricky civs to push. Cav archers, though, against the Jin swordsman, with all the pierce armor they have, won't be all that effective. 5 pierce armor. Do 8 attacks, so they take only 3 damage. And could hop inside of a ram. Could hop inside of a ram. I'm going for the house, and a few houses in the back attacked by the swordsman. Is to keep moving the one knight and use one knight to hit that house. And another conversion coming in for another knight. The ram attacking the knight, but stops ramming, noticing that he wants the conversion instead. Successful conversion. And the Vil counts, discounting the fishing ships, 57 to 57 are tied. And with how far those ships have been fishing, definitely Nahue needs another dock. There's Sanctity on the way for him. He's adding in more TCs. Or additional TCs, I should say. m0re himself has 2 TCs. Is this the game for m0re? This feels like the best he's played and the closest the games have been for him. Or the closest of all the games he's played. Scorpions attack the house as the village tries to repair the battering ram. And the church will lose, or will gain sanctity, but maybe gets pushed by the ram. So sanctity for the monks now. The cav archers will try to raid while the converted knights come forward. The ram attacking the church. Some swordsmen can hop in the ram. We'll have a defensive workshop from Nahue, who does have 3 churches. Remember, monks have to be adjacent to rams to convert them, if they have redemption. Don't understand it anymore for Arabia. I think the Georgians are mostly for a super good late game economy with churches. That's where I feel they excel the most. And hybrid maps where even if you're pushed off the water, you don't die immediately, I think are a good shot for them too. The Wu were incredible on hybrid maps, though the Jin swordsmen are hard to stop, and going an archer unit, even a cav archer against a Jin swordsman, might just not be the right play. They have so much armor. And look at them go. Look at them go, pushing the cav archers back. 33 to 31 KD for Nahue. And that's 1, 2, maybe 2 deep fish near the dock, and suddenly the fishing ships become extra inefficient, and all that m0re needs to do is move that fire ship a few tiles to the side, and it'll hit all the fishing ships and take them down. Some Vils trying to fight the ram. m0re with 10 Jin swordsmen, 5 more in the queue. Scorpions killing Vils. What's that eco population difference? m0re is about to take the lead, and he does. 72 Vils to 56. And the fishing ships are down here. That fire is so close, it's a tile away from seeing the fishing ships. Oh, we briefly saw it and it moved. Oh, there it goes, there it goes. The fire has seen the fishing ships. And now neither player is paying attention to this, but that means the fire galley, or the fire ship, will destroy all of that. In the middle, the mangonel trying to defend against the scorpions. Nahue maybe finally pushing back against the Jin swordsman, but m0re now has a huge eco lead as he adds in his 3rd TC on a gold pile, and Nahue is not noticing to run the fishing ships. They are going down, and all of a sudden we have a 20 villager lead for m0re. He finally has more villagers. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Great push. Where did it come from? It came from Jin swordsman when Nahue was maybe not losing the cav archers, but had to retreat them and wasn't fighting fully with them. Now the question for m0re is, though, how does he recover? And he's destroyed some of those fishing ships. Only 6 left. He'll probably lose his fire, but that fire was incredibly valuable for him. And how's he defending against this many cav archers? Are Jin swordsmen still the answer? They do have Bodkin, but he's starting to get low on swordsman numbers. He's got more in the queue. He's got 3 barracks for pumping them out. Just needs to hold for a bit. Maybe get a couple more scorpions. The hill for the mangonel is a crazy location for the mangonel. Monks OP. Never want to forget about the monks. And the Wu, they do have redemption, so he can try to convert the mangonel. They do have redemption, and he does have sanctity in. And the swordsmen just don't want to suffer a huge attack ground. The fishing ships have gone to a shorefish. They are no longer efficient for Nahue, and even with the 6 fishing ships, that is still a great eco lead for more. And on the actual villagers, it's plus 20 for him. So he can start making up that res collected difference. Still in the lead is Nahue, but remember, he made more fishing ships, so there's more eco spent on fishing ships too. Eco that is no longer working for him. m0re is actually ahead in KD, especially eco KD, 32 to 13. He killed a ton of ills in that raid. Brought himself right back into the game. Monks trying to get conversion. Scorpions attack the cav archers. And attack the monks. Monks going down to scorpions. And the Georgians themselves can be particularly vulnerable to monk play because they don't have atonement. So atonement still is an option for m0re if he sees Nahue continuing to add monks. Scorpions attacking cav archers as the cav archers run around. Nahue slowly but surely adding in more cav archers.
准备就绪，
Scorpions for m0re don't yet have ballistics, but they are getting some nice bolts on the cav archers, who do also run into some Jin swordsmen. And monks also look for conversions. More scorpion bolts coming to attack them. They are getting weaker over time. I guess the Georgians can run away and heal, though. They don't necessarily care about being weakened. They only care about actually dying. There will be ballistics and wheelbarrow on the way for Nahue. As he's continuing to pump army, he's now 47 to 23 military. And Knights and Cav Archers combined, I think, should probably beat the Jin Swordsman Scorpion Monk combo. There's a lot of Cav Archers and only 4 Scorpions. And the Knights can hit the Scorpions. And this looks like it'll be a good fight for Nahue. m0re, I hope he realizes what his eco position is and how many vills he's ahead by. Because he is going to lose his army in the middle. Somehow need to add in more units. At this point, Nahue can probably keep making more units and keep up the pressure. Remember, there isn't much stone in the map, so doing a defensive castle is a huge investment here. And looks like he's going to call the GG after losing everything. Oh. Now, that was definitely the best game m0re has played so far in TTL. But everything gets cleaned up. He falls too far behind an army. He had such a great push, at the same time as the fire had such a great random spotting of the fishing ships. Oh, that was his best game. That was his best one. He gave me some hope deep into the game. Yeah, I think he'd lose a lot after that fight and getting clean, too. I think that's definitely fair to call the GG when we look at that military graph. But, oh, that was such a good raid, and he got so close. The earlier res collected difference let Nahue continue producing during that fight, when m0re, I think, was struggling to keep the numbers up. Especially with the Jin Swordsman being a bit of a weaker unit. Now, CA, they're not quite Japanese CA, no. They are Georgian CA. Alright. So, one more update on the scoreboard. 2-0 for Nahue. And as far as maps go, he will have won his home map of Stranded. m0re opted to play that first, and we'll go to Slopes. Slopes, we've seen some crazy games, and we've seen some quick games, too. So I anticipate m0re or Romans versus either Khitans or Vietnamese. Maybe m0re goes Goths. Wouldn't be too surprised to see the Goths. Or he did resign for going out the wrong gate earlier. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. But he didn't leave the last game. Capture age making my flash in the webcam. I'd love if I didn't have to close and restart capture age every single game. So Slopes, and I can see the civs as they are starting and launching in Vietnamese m0re. Vietnamese m0re. So no Khitans. No Khitans played. Alright then. So let's go once more in red. Stay hydrated during the Dark Age as he lures a boar. Some boar under the TC. We'll have some pigs taken from Nahue. And the Vietnamese will see exactly where m0re's TC is. So, welcome into Slopes. Slopes actually was m0re's home map. After game 1, m0re opted to play Nahue's home map first. And this will be Vietnamese for Nahue in the blue to the southeast, and Malay for m0re in the red to the northwest. Slopes, of course, has an ibex and a bunch of chickens out by each of the shorefish patches, or an ibex or a deer. And a deer-like animal, such as a deer. And each player will probably push in the one from each side during the Dark Age, but we knocked it down to hares instead of deer, so that you don't push 10 million in the Dark Age. Is map pool for TTL5 exactly the same as this? Yes. Modulo the fact I'll probably have a couple more updates and bug fixes by then. Why Malay on this map? Malay are just a great civ in general. You don't have to use them on a hybrid map. I think that's the strength of the civ. Good for hybrid maps, good for pure water maps, good for closed maps, good for open maps. Maybe the only place they're not top tier is Nomad, but I'd still say they're pretty strong on Nomad. If you had to pick only one civ to play on every single map, Malay might be a good candidate. Surprised not. Mongols. I think Mongols were banned in the draft. Mongols are going to be banned all the time. Portuguese, Huns. Huns you wouldn't want on a closed map. Portuguese you might. Italians. Italians too, but I don't think Italians are top tier on open maps like Portuguese would be. Or Malay would be. So on open maps such as Slopes? No, they have a really good man-at-arms push since they get the free armor. Actually quite an aggressive civ, and if they see someone going for the fish on the sides, then men-at-arms swoop in and clean the vills. One civ for all maps of Vietnamese. I mean, they're decent on all maps, too. Decent on closed maps. I don't know if I'd put them top tier on any map 1v1, though. Well, Vietnamese do have Fire Lancers, though, these days. And maybe Fire Lancers is all that Nahue would need. They should counter the elephants, counter the karambits. Counter the skirms. Heck, Bengalis, too. Definitely. Yeah, I guess you have to play Rathas, though, on open maps, Phosphorus style, to make them a top-tier civ, but that is pretty top-tier, I'd say. Byzantines be the best any map civ? I mean, Byzantines, you wouldn't really want them for Nomad without a good eco bonus. And they'll probably be much worse at hybrid maps with the Hulk change. And scout fight both scouts on the hill. Nahue certainly is ahead of m0re in damage. I'll have Loom and then Feudal Age on the way for Nahue. Not true, Burgundians with Flemish militia are now good on open maps. Koreans with their skirms, if they play skirms versus men-at-arms, are also still pretty good on open maps. And this is walled. Walled just in time for Nahue. Or will be on the outside looking in. Unless he tries to dive the TC and go past the house. Great on Nomad. Spanish is by far the best civ for Nomad. Well, you do see Portuguese there a lot. Let's see. Malay are decent there. Probably not the same as Portuguese, though. Maybe they are, though. Maybe they're a bit underrated from how I'm thinking of them. Seeing Burgundians on a map like Monocle going militia. You could see Burgundians going militia on Slopes, too. Wouldn't be surprised about that. Trying to fight over the mill spots with militia. m0re with the forward pressure, even if he's not breaking in, is at least keeping his fishing ships safe. Using the offense as a defense to keep Nahue a bit distracted. Now both players up to feudal, m0re clicking up a tiny bit slower. As the Vil deletes the palisade to fight the scout and then rebuilds the palisade. Nahue looking like the Viper with that quick wall micro. Down goes m0re's scout. Dang, m0re didn't quite react to that in time. I think what you want to do is pull the scout back and fight men-at-arms versus the Vil there. Try to get the Vil to walk a couple steps into you, but that was perfect from Nahue, pulling the scout and recognizing he could Alcatraz. Gotta trust your micro to be able to do that. Trust your keyboard and your mouse to have the right button inputs and precision of clicking at the right times. And okay, just a quick little bit of lag. I have no idea why I get those lag spikes occasionally. I don't see that from anyone else. It happens when I'm at real time watching a rec. I don't know if it's some type of rec transit issue. I only had those ever since I upgraded my modem. And I don't have any dropped frames, so it doesn't seem like an internet issue on my end. Unless my internet's just so good it's getting ahead. Monocle is the most execution-based map in TTL. There's a lot of execution for the boar luring on Zimbabwe that can affect that map. And then African River, too, where you have potential for a lot of water fights while also needing to micro on the water. I mean, land fights with men-at-arms while also needing to micro on the water. Here we've seen a lot of feudal age aggression on the map. I don't know how well it really pays off if your opponent isn't deciding to go for the fish anyway. I guess just the fear of the men-at-arms keeps them away. Any bugs discovered yet? I fixed a couple of bugs on slopes, nothing too major. There was one missing tile from a couple of the mines, the neutral ones that I fixed, and some dead fish trap graphics that got displayed when they shouldn't have been that I fixed, but nothing too major. Yeah, Monocle will always be infantry or skirms. So Scout and Archer forward here for Nahue. And Vils will fight the Scout. Low HP Vils, but also Scout and Archer will be quite annoying. Scout going for the Archer for more. Or we'll try to micro the Archer. That's the Scout. Now has more HP on the Archer as the Skirm comes over too. Nicely done for more. Great micro. Great micro to save the Archer and pick off the Scout. You're in Coast Arena. I love that map. That's been a great map. We all know if a map has walls, it makes it a good map. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of different strategies for Coast Arena, and I don't think there's a meta developed for it yet. I think you really have to pay attention to how much you're investing versus your opponent is investing on water versus playing arena in the middle. Arabia and Early Feudal Age is a good map. And fletching for Nahue as he keeps moving forward, but you are really far apart on this map, which can lead to some big walls and some more boomy gameplay sometimes. You're worried either land or water is going to be too strong and you turn one-dimensional, and that hasn't happened yet? Absolutely. That sums up our thoughts on the map. First time we've used it, I noticed a couple of small issues with sometimes resources not spawning, or spawning slightly imbalanced in the middle. Not unfair, but everything loaded on one side more than I wanted. So I'll have a patch tonight that fixes that. I still need to find something to put in the corners. The Archer there, fighting another Archer. Skirms will try to take down this Archer. Down it goes. Oh, does Hera love it? Was he playing it? Yeah, I messaged Hera. He sent me some map feedback. I'll forward that after the stream. Archer on the side from Nahue, and full walls though from m0re. Now this was m0re's home map, and he is playing his very first Civ pick. So if there is a chance of him winning, it's got to be this map. Although that Archer is now trapped. He will eventually be freed if the villagers chop him out, but that's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trees worth of wood. He's gonna have to wait. Oh no, the gather point on the range strikes again. Ungarrisoning the Archer on the inside. Oh no. You're gonna build your range against a woodline like that, you gotta tap a palisade foundation in the hole first. Make sure that this doesn't happen. Let's hope another Archer doesn't spawn there. At least it takes up the space. What you hope is that the Archer blocks other Archers from spawning here. But once that tree is cleared, actually maybe there's more room for them subsequently to spawn. m0re just gonna camp the hill in front of his mill to buy time until he gets to the Castle Age. Do y'all remember that original Vietnamese campaign? In one of those scenarios, you had to build a mill on a hill. It was a random objective. That was a campaign that I think, if I recall, was outsourced and not actually made by Forgotten Empires, so it felt very different and very random with how it was put together. You could immediately tell the stylistic differences. There was one crazy scenario where you had to build a mill on a hill as a secondary objective, and I think they reworked it to remove that in DE because of how silly it was. I just remember beta testing that one, and I immediately felt, wow, this is different than all the other campaigns. Bodkin and crossbow now for m0re as he throws up a second TC. Should be able to garrison one unit to prevent it. Maybe garrison, but instant pop out, like the monastery if you try to garrison a relic, but it's too damaged to hold anything. So you couldn't hide inside of it, but you could still rotate around and pop in and out. Would be a big difference though, because you could hop in and out of walls. And crossbows not hitting the Ville, instead hitting the farm upon which he's working. They'll stand in the fire and sizzle for a while until he hops in the TC and out the other side. I'd allow the rhyming in the chat. Auto mod. So, Elite Skirm Bodkin for Nahue. Being very defensive as m0re has a good score lead and a good Ville lead. The Castle Age timing gave him a good amount, or a good number of extra Villes. Good opportunity to add in the second TC early. And rather than a third TC and a boom, he will add in a workshop if that militia ever can stop blocking the foul. Oh my gosh. Gosh, the militia is patrolling and it's not walking off of the foundation. Well, can someone send this to Nilly? There we go. Alright, can someone clip that for me? I'll send it to Nilly. I'll remember to send the rec in. That was around 21 minutes. It was rage-inducing to watch. I'll have to try to replicate that, but man, that was painful. Has a strange siege workshop location. He's looking to defend his TC. He's maybe realizes he has an eco lead, and I think he's trying to play it safe now. That's rage-inducing to watch. His rage. I feel like going to play some Rage Forest after watching that. Mangonel popping out of the workshop, 14 Ville lead. This feels like m0re's chance. He has the crossbow ready to pounce. Should Nahue come over to this part of the map for any additional TCs or eco. He's got padded archer armor and wheelbarrow both on the way. Farms going up. As the skirms come over and the Mangonel pops out. Yeah, that's actually Nilly doing a militia cosplay blocking the workshop. Sometimes he just pops himself into the game. He's like, I can't minus 100 points for TTL, but I can block a siege workshop. Crossbows on the hill, pushing down, killing the skirms. Ooh, Vietnamese skirms though, lots of HP. Vietnamese Villes, not so much. And the Mangonel will be chasing those skirms. Maybe risky that there isn't a Repairville right there. Can I complete the Vietnamese campaign as a pacifist? I think you can. I'm pretty sure that you can. What's their monk tech tree? The hard part is they don't have redemption. And oh, the Mangonel auto shot and missed. Needs a good attack ground. Ooh, waits for the split, shoots after the split. And Repairville taken down, and crossbows move in. And nice micro from Nahue to avoid the mangonel shots. Not splitting too early, waiting for the shot to be thrown and then dodging. And over here, we do have a good crossbow mass that could find some vills on the hill. Could they stop the workshop if m0re is paying close attention? He's not, though. Not patrolling the army. That's where you want to stand ground patrol, as you're moving from one side to the other. With your ranged units. Couple of farms now idle. There's more some idle time at the TC, but he still has that 15 vil lead. Second TC for Nahue, so the vil lead will remain, but it's about 2k more res collected or more. He will try to construct a house. Skirms will hit the vil, and then have to get back as the mangonel still chases them. Mangonel still giving chase. It'd be clutch if m0re could wall this while chasing with the mangonel. Skirms will run away. Handcart for Nahue. Nice and cheap for the Vietnamese. Handcart also for m0re. Looking for more eco. And what's this in the middle? A group of crossbows, but tower and a TC down here. I don't think the crossbows will be able to find all that much damage. As the house goes up Nahue and the crossbows come over. Crossbows look where they can maybe shoot the villager on the hair. They can shoot the vil. Down he goes. And 15 vil lead. Still a bit of a push from the skirms. Now m0re has to be careful. Oh my gosh, with the T90 farm. Has to be careful of that weak vil. The mangonel will scare away the skirms. And oh, we got a nice mangonel shot from m0re on the skirms from Nahue, trying to micro in several places. His vil's on the woodline in the south, the crossbows walked over. And as m0re is defending at home, he gets one good mangonel shot. We'll need another good shot with this, and misses both. They're on auto shoot mode, and he loses one mangonel, and he's going to lose another. Oh, finally he pays attention at the right moment. And dodging is Nahue. m0re has another shot left. He needs some repairs. He'll go repair. And, ooh, doesn't quite finish the mangonel off. 2 HP. That survives. Crossbows on the other side for m0re are getting in on Nahue's gold. That's a good 4+ dead vils there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And a farmer that Nahue forgot to garrison. m0re will shoot the crossbows. That is, however, 4 TCs now for Nahue. Just added in 2 more, but m0re is up to the Imperial Age. His Imp TC is the one atop the hill, and still has a vil lead on 2 TCs. As the m0re, that'll be a very fast Imp. Crossbow's still here to defend. He's trying to get another mangonel out. He's dodging ballistics, doing what he can. There's a lot of elite skirms, though, for crossbows to deal with. Yeah, looking good for m0re to get his win, as long as he doesn't Titanic at this point. Imp will be great for him. Has to be careful with the downhill mangonel. That does go down in one shot. That would have been a very good mangonel for him. The stone mine also a prime raiding target. Only elite skirm, but elite skirms are still scary. They do have ballistics now, because I knocked my water bottle over. I really need cup holders on the desk, as some vils in the gold mine hit by the skirms. Not dying, though. Oh, low HP vils. Okay, a few vils going down here. m0re really needs the garrison. Has to be careful with these vils. Oh my gosh, he's got some mangonel shot on the skirms. And now he's up to Imp. Bracer, elite skirm on the way. And usually don't want to go skirm war against the Vietnamese, but do what you have to do. Vietnamese skirms do have extra HP. And the elite skirms will try to head them off on the hill, get more range with Bracer. And good thing for Nahue is that he's keeping the army from m0re in the back, and he himself right now is not pressured by anything. Trying to do another watchtower for defense. The skirms come over, and this will be a good fight for m0re. He'll clean up all of the army from Nahue, and already being Imp, he will have a good score lead, chemistry on the way. And there is Bracer. There's Bracer for m0re. Nahue still in the castle age, looking at those res. Now we're close to going up. That's 4, almost 5k more resources collected for our red player. And he will now send a village forward, presumably to raise a castle with all that stone he has. That's 12 vils. Where does it go? It goes probably right here. And he just needs to hope that Nahue doesn't one-shot it with the mangonel. So now we see, oh my gosh. That is a castle spot. He sees the workshop. Oh, that could have been one shot. That was close. That was close. Mangonel will go down, though. Skirm's got a couple hits on the crossbows. And DC Perry 14, thank you for the follow. Now surpassing strictly more than 15k followers. Thank you very much. And Mangonel goes down. There's that militia, 1 HP. Could die to the tower if it ever shoots. And the castles are up, and in the Imperial Age, it's time for m0re to start making trebs. He will move out too, and now do a third TC on the final pond. Those hares. And m0re, even against the guard towers, will now have options with trebs. The Mangonel can avoid the towers, and for now, just hit the TC. Guard tower doesn't really protect it there, it's already out of range. Now the skirms come down to force more towers and force more vills off of their respective resources. With towers everywhere, it's hard to get raids even with skirms, but their armor is on the way, their second armor, and it won't be hard to get raided with trebs. The treb maybe wants to be on the hill, and now it's Karambit time. We'll go first for the tower, and with the treb, should be able to take out both towers and the TC, and then it'll be triple hill control for m0re. Not far away from that. Skirms still wander around and the Karambits come in. Karambits will go for the villagers. And the villas will lose some HP. And how do I say this name? El Sanchez, thank you for the follow. There we go. Had to parse that for a second. Oh, Ram attacking the Treb. Ram attacking the Treb. And the Treb will go down to the Ram. Karambit's not there in time to defend it. But the Treb will get a few uphill shots on that TC. And the Karambits will take out the Ram. Just one more Treb will be needed. Oh my gosh, this is the Imp TC. This is the Imp TC from Nahue. Nahue, why didn't you put Imp down there? Oh, he changed the TC location. He did put it there. Just when I clicked on it, he realized the situation and moved Imp. Here's that fourth TC now for m0re, who is still maintaining a villager lead. TTL5 practice? Yeah, I can maybe update Coast Arena right after the stream, and you can give me some feedback on if it's broken or not. I'm probably not going to have time, because I need to do maps for Warlords and now the Brazilian dynasties. So I have a lot of scripting time over the next couple of months. I don't think I'll have much playing time. So another couple of castles coming up for Nahue and now for m0re as the vills come forward. And the crossbows move over to defend the castle as the skirmishers now. The elite skirms from Nahue all patrol underneath the towers because what else are they going to do? They have to wait for Imp and wait for Imp skirm. Slow but steady push from m0re, deploying the trebuchets to take out the TC and the towers, and when they go down, then the skirms can move Nahue off of that stone. He still will have stone over here and by his top TC, so he has lots of stone options, but he will face a ton of trebuchets from having been Imp second. And Dathora King, thank you for the follow. Or maybe Dath or a King. That's supposed to be separate syllables. Thank you for the follow. Separate words. Where are the chonkers? I know Malay versus Vietnamese. Where are the elephants? Where are they? Not even a stable out here for either player. Absolutely no elephants. Mangonel going for the house. Treb goes for the guard tower. Tower goes down. And m0re keeps pushing. 2k score lead. 6k res collected lead. This has to be it. This has to be m0re's first win. Unless Imp Skirm really is not just the best unit in the game, but such a good unit it can stop this situation from snowballing. Things should be in the bag for m0re. Guard tower is going down. The Treb's now deploying to attack the TC. And great Treb push. Might need Siege Engineers, who has Bombard Cannon behind this too. Imp Skirm counters Treb? Does it? I mean, that's just when you have them in numbers, because it still will do 1 damage each to the Trebs while they're unpacked. Towers and TC going down. m0re needs to move the Treb up. He's coming forward with his cannon. Cannon will help against the skirms, as long as you keep it in the back. And it goes for the house. Treb's still attacking towers. I think this is looking good for m0re. Just needs to take out the TC and the tower. Crossbow and ring archer armor. As the TC goes down, the tower collapses and the karambits move in. The karambits move in. They will even fight near the tower. Tank some tower fire. The Treb's not focusing on the tower. They're taking down the houses. But this base is collapsing as Nahue down now. Almost 3k score. There's the GG, and m0re will do it. He will get a point, and he will win his first game in this season of TTL. It was rough for him on that start TC location on Stranded. He almost figured it out there, but here on his home map of slopes with his first picked m0re Civ, finally picks up a point. We'll lose the set, but we'll get a point, and that's $10 whole from winning the game. It's $10 per win in silver. This is a best of 3. This is a play all 3. And that was the third game. Sorry, we had the Showmatch before. I forgot to swap that part of the scoreboard. Yes, play all 3. So the stats, 92 to 85 KD for m0re, climbing with the m0re in military at the end. Better eco for him too. Better uptimings and more vills. So there we are. Have not practiced at all. There we go. m0re has won. Yes. Well, congrats, m0re. And he can give you a victory here. And that'll be a win on slopes. And with the civs, it'll be a win for the m0re and a loss for the Vietnamese. Don't listen to our base. Yeah, game two. That was actually really close. I thought you had it there after that fight when you killed the fish too. Oh, that was a really close one. So let's see. There's no more TTL tonight, right? I don't think so. Let me see here. Yeah, TTL will continue. Well, if by tonight we mean 12 hours, it's tomorrow morning for me. Chart versus Survivalist. I might start casting that at around 13 GMT then, to have it done before Lamo versus Thunderbolt. And we have lots of silver and gold coming up through the week. And then platinum starting at the end of the week. That's not on the schedule yet, but that'll be Friday through Monday. So yeah, no more sets today, but big day tomorrow. So I'm gonna go update some of the maps and try to get this update out tonight. So thank you all for watching on Twitch and on YouTube. Thank you all for hitting 15k followers on Twitch. That is amazing. And now we need to hit 30k subs on YouTube. We're 41 subs away on YouTube, so go sub YouTube too. So thank you all very much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll see exactly when I start. I might go live so I sleep more at 14 GMT and do a speed cast of the Rex of the Survivalist set, but I'll make sure to cast that and fit that in sometime tomorrow. Good job. Thank you, Pickled Toes. So I'll spam the flowers. So thank you all for watching. We'll find someone to raid, and on